meeting back to order, and please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. It's April 25th, 2016.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we start tonight's meeting, I'd like to see if somebody from council would propose amending the agenda to include a resolution to appoint Deanna Stockton as our next municipal engineer.
Second.
All right, all in favor of amending the agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and I would recommend that we take that item up so that we don't have too much suspense. So be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of Princeton, the following appointment is hereby made. Deanna Stockton, Princeton Municipal Engineer, beginning July 1st, 2016. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Miller and seconded by Ms. Crumiller. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Now the real work starts.
So Deanna has big shoes to fill, but one of the great things that Bob has done is build an incredible department, and it's been all of our pleasure to work with you in your current position, and we're really looking forward to having you lead the department. So. Okay. Next item is approval of the minutes from December 7th, 2015. Ms. Butler, did you have an amendment?
I've sent it, so
Okay.
I'd move them as corrected.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Butler's motion? Seconded by Mr. Liverman. Any other corrections or discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You guys want to vote on the minutes? Okay. The minutes are approved. Next, we come to announcements, and we'll start with Ms. Howard. Do you have any announcements this evening? Okay. Mr. Miller, any announcements?
No announcements. No announcements.
Ms. Butler?
I have two dates that I want to mention. Is this on? One is May 3rd. I don't have my notes handy. One is May 3rd, where we will be meeting with the consultant on the Mary Moss Park project. We'll have some conceptual drawings, and I hear that they're very exciting. And the other date is June 10th, where we will have the Larry Ivan Memorial Evening at the pool. It is on a Friday evening, and it begins at 6 p.m. sharp, and it is a non-swimming event. Thanks.
Thank you for clarifying that with the swimming, non-swimming. Mr. Simon, any reports or announcements? I just have one announcement. I'll be holding my regular monthly Meet the Mayor hours this upcoming Friday, 8:30 to 10 a.m. in the library lobby. And you don't need an appointment. If there's anything you want to talk about, please feel free to come there. And now we'll move on to comments from the public for items not on the agenda, with the exception of if anybody wants to make a comment on one of the presentations or reports, I would ask that you do that during public comment. And we'll start with Ann Neumann. And actually, before you get started, we have a new timekeeping system tonight. We've gone high-tech. Ms. Krummeller, do you want to explain what people can see down on the table?
The iPad will just start counting down, and it changes color at 30 seconds, and then it beeps when it's done.
Well, that's nice, because now Mr. Miller can pay attention to us instead of to keeping time. Ann Neumann, Princeton, Alexander Street. And I just want to welcome the Edens people to our town, as somebody once did with President Shirley Tillman of Princeton University. Many of us old Princetonians love the shopping center and still remember the days when an older Italian gentleman did the landscaping there with roses and dahlias and all kinds of mixed flowers. It was really wonderful. But before I return to the shopping center, let me talk briefly about Princeton's downtown. I want to offer you some admittedly anecdotal evidence, but I'm active in Princeton, talk to a lot of Princetonians, and it's very strong anecdotal evidence. Princetonians, by and large, don't shop downtown. Unfortunately, our downtown doesn't serve our daily needs, but mostly tourists' occasional desires. Suppose then that you try to turn our shopping center into our downtown, into another Palmer Square, if you will. Tourists who support most of Princeton's downtown restaurants and boutiques, and who aren't supporting them very well, as you'll notice from the number of stores that have recently closed downtown, will have no reason to visit Princeton's shopping center. Tourists won't. Most Princeton students lacking cars will be unable to shop there. If you define middle-class households as those earning from 67 to 200% of a state's median income, then being middle-class in New Jersey, as in Princeton, means earning between $50,000 and $150,000 annually per household. Just 32.5% of Princeton households earned this much in 2013. Yes, 40.7% of us earn more than that, but 26.8% earned less. What does this mean about an upmarket, upscale, rebranded Princeton shopping center whose current anchors are a McCaffrey's and a laundromat? Take your Orvis store, for example. According to Wikipedia, quote, in a major corporate branding overhaul in 2000-2001, Orvis adopted a new brand centered on sporting traditions and distinctive country lifestyle, unquote. The problem with an Orvis store in Princeton, besides the fact that we can buy its goods online, is that many of our top 40% are already leading a distinctive country lifestyle and don't need to purchase Orvis wares to prove it. The rest of us can't afford to purchase them. So I hope you'll take back to your management a caution about turning the shopping center into too upscale a shopping destination. We like it very much the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And next person to sign is Louis Wildman. And I just want to remind everybody to please address council, not the rest of the public, when you make your comments.
Not a problem. My name is Louis Wildman, clock didn't start, and I'm from Jordan's in the Princeton Shopping Center. And all I want to say, this is not going to be a critical thing, is that it has been an honor to have been here for 34 years, serving the community, and I guess I look forward to the next part of my life. But I hope the center stays community-oriented somehow, and replacing me with someone else who could do the same kind of job that my clientele seems to feel that I have done for them. And I just wish them well, and thank the township for accepting me, and the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan's is a favorite of everybody. So, is there anybody else who'd like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Come up.
Well, this is sort of on the agenda since Edens will be speaking, but I would just like to second the motion in terms of what Ann was saying. This is our local shopping center. It's for local activities, small purchases. It's not Market Fair. It's not New York City, where people do a lot of shopping for major items. So I am just concerned, too, that we may be missing the mark in terms of serving the actual market for the shopping center. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close public comment, and we'll move on to presentations. We have two presentations this evening. The first one is from Eden's. There's been a lot of activity going on in the Princeton Shopping Center with the parking lot, and we've asked them to come brief council and the public on what's going on. And I'd like to invite up David Jermakian, who's the Vice President of Development for Eden's.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. As Mayor Lemper said, my name's David Jermakian, Vice President of Development for Eden's, and I am here to provide an update on the improvements that you see underway at the Princeton Shopping Center. We've got a little board here, and it may be a little tough to see exactly, but I can walk you through kind of high level the improvements that are coming, the general timeline.
Maybe should we put
If
it
you put it against the wall,
perpendicular?
I'm sure everybody can see, not just us here, but if
Sure.
other people can see it. Yeah, I think that's better.
Just a little bit about Eden's. I know it's been a few years since we've been a part of this incredible community. I have not been before this, before the mayor and council, but we have spent a lot of time with staff members and several, I see several familiar faces in the planning, various planning groups and boards involved throughout the subcommittees throughout Princeton as we went through and got approvals in place. Eden's as a company has been around since the mid-'60s. We own and operate 120 retail shopping centers in key markets along the East Coast and in Texas. I focus primarily on the Northeast region, and I've been involved here in Princeton with the Princeton Shopping Center since shortly after we acquired it, and intend to stay involved definitely into the foreseeable future. Eden's thinks that this is a wonderful community and just a terrific shopping center that was really built as a unique place in the 1950s, and it's something that we want to continue in the form that it was conceived, with a similar format, I think, to some of the comments that we've heard in terms of really catering to the community, being Princeton's second downtown, if you will. So I'll walk you through the improvements and give a high-level update. Like I said, that's kind of the purpose of me being here, so that I can get everyone here at least up to speed on what's going on. So from a high level, we were approved to renovate the McCaffrey's facade. As you guys, I'm sure, have seen, that work was completed last year. We also last year got approval to do really two main upgrades. One is a comprehensive, what I'll call overall site improvements throughout the entire shopping center. And I'll get into those in a little more detail. Additionally, we were able to take the vacant service station and adaptively reuse that and transform that building into Nomad Pizza, which that work is underway, is coming along quite well, and Nomad should be opening next month. So those are kind of two exciting developments that either have occurred or will occur. In conjunction with that, we took a look at the overall site, and I think that the complaints were certainly here in terms of the condition of the parking lot. It was something that we certainly noticed, and we put a plan in place to really, we're repaving the entire parking lot. You can see that work that's begun. We're reconfiguring the circulation to eliminate dead-end drive aisles, to really focus the drive aisles themselves to make the center more pedestrian-friendly. We're expanding sidewalks. We're adding connectivity to the neighborhoods behind the shopping center through Grover Park. We're adding a significant amount of landscaping and brand-new LED site lighting throughout. There's certainly a lot of work and a lot of coordination, and and with that, certainly some inconvenience to the retailers and to the customers as we move along. We spend a lot of time with our contractor who's out performing the work and trying to coordinate this to minimize that impact as much as possible, as well as communicating with the retailers and businesses on at least a weekly basis, if not more frequent, given our on-site presence. But from a high level, right now you see a lot of the work occurring around the Nomad and the parking fields along North Harrison Street. And that work is going to basically move counterclockwise around the shopping center to finish with McCaffrey's parking area. And in total, we should be done with all the work this fall, targeting September completion date. Really, I think that the biggest impact is the work that's occurring right now. In fact, as recent as this morning, the work along North Harrison Street, to repair that drive aisle required us to to close off a portion of the main drive aisle in front of, along the North Harrison Street side. We're doing that in 2 sections over the next 2 weeks. Obviously, weather is a factor that's out of our control, but barring any significant weather events, we anticipate being done with that whole area in 2 weeks' time. And I think that that's when you'll start to be able to really see the transformation and upgrades that are coming to the Princeton Shopping Center. And like I said, from there, we'll work our way around in a series of phases. So really, that's high level, the improvements that are occurring at the shopping center. That's the type of site improvements you can expect to see as we move around. I will say that since acquiring the center, I heard obviously from the comments and Ann's comments, the wanting to keep this place local, and I would tell you that local is very much something that we see as the vision for Princeton Shopping Center. Certainly there are some drivers, some national tenants that get mixed in to help drive some different trips, but this center is rooted in the community with retailers such as McCaffrey's, partners in McCaffrey's, and several other tenants. Since we've been involved, we've renewed and or extended close to 20 of the existing retailers, which is almost half of the existing businesses in the shopping center. We have dedicated resources in-house, whether it be through design, merchandising, to help tenants upgrade their display in cost-effective ways, and there's certainly examples of retailers that have done that in the shopping center, and it's small things, and we've seen improvements in those scenarios. Additionally, I think it's important to note just expanding upon the local nature and trying to find the unique retailers that make these places special. Eden's has now, for 4 years, had a retail challenge initiative sponsored from the top of the organization, where we really try to go out and find the best, brightest new retail concepts and almost help them come to life. We go to leading universities along the East Coast. Princeton has been a part of this competition for the past 4 years, and solicit business plans from students. We've got somewhere north of 70 entries each year, and through a process of whittling those presentations and pitches down, we get to the finals. which consists of 3 teams. In the past, it's been in New York, and most recently was in D.C. And we've seen the winners go on to open successful retail businesses, which is something that's different. I don't think a lot of companies are taking the time to necessarily focus on that, but it's something that's important to us. It's something that I've been a part of personally, and get a lot of enjoyment in seeing these students really get excited about their concepts. There is a prize, a monetary prize involved, but really the main, I think the main benefit of it is their interaction with folks and their interaction with various mentors that they get put in touch with throughout the competition. So anyway, big picture, I wanted to walk you through the improvements, but also maybe speak to a little bit about who Edens is as a company. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Heller?
Thank you. This is helpful to hear, and as somebody, as probably most of us here, who goes at least once a day to the shopping center, it's helpful to know, to have a sense of when we're going to see improvements, and be so glad not to be driving over those potholes. But one thing you haven't talked, maybe you could say a little bit more, is about the philosophy, and not just about the improvements on the outside, but about who your tenants are going to be, because I think I hear concerns from a lot of people in town that longstanding beloved stores are not being retained, and so a concern about the changing face of the shopping center. And one specific thing I'll mention is the laundromat. It's the only laundromat in town, and a real concern that they won't be retained. And they provide a really vital service. So could you talk about the philosophy of your yeah?
Sure. I mean, you brought up the laundromat. Princeton Laundromat is actually one of the 20 that I mentioned of the existing retailers that we have renewed for a long-term lease in the shopping center. I don't know if you noticed, but they did work directly with our design team, and if you look at a before and after picture of what their facade or what their storefront presentation displays were before and what they look like now, and just the general feel when someone goes into the laundromat, it's definitely something that I think has transformed and I think has been beneficial. So that's an example of a retailer that is not going anywhere.
Just to follow up on that, I've heard the same complaints. I mean, everyone's upset about Jordans. We're really sorry that we're losing Jordans. And what is your business plan? I mean, are you going to have what I think people fear is that you're hoping for high-end stores rather than useful, things that are more useful. I mean, Jordan's was something you could always go there and get a gift and get things that you really need. And there's a couple other really useful stores in the shopping center. So what's your, are you going to have any bargain-type stores, or what have you done in other towns? Do you have?
We spend a lot of time understanding and trying to understand the community and the merchandise mix that'll work well at the various centers that we're involved in. If a retailer isn't going to be successful, everything's driven by the community. The shopping centers that we create, that we develop or redevelop or even own and put time in, our best ones aren't Eden centers. They're adopted and embraced by the communities. And the only way to get there is by merchandising with retailers that are going to be embraced by the community. So I think that from a high level, our intent is to put businesses into the shopping center that are going to be complementary and adopted by the Princeton community.
I mean, I guess one reason that's not totally reassuring is because we've seen what happens with the downtown. There are enough out-of-town customers, wealthy out-of-town customers, to keep those stores alive, the stores that are very high-end. And so I'm wondering, well, maybe that's what your plan might be too, because everyone wants, I'm sure, the wealthy, high-end customers.
What we want is a shopping center that's going to give everyone in the community a reason to come here multiple times a week and spend multiple hours a week, whether that be getting their groceries, getting their hair cut, picking up some supplies from Ace, grabbing lunch at McCaffrey's, you name it. We want to generate trips and traffic, and whether that's through the retailers, through the different events that we have going on, that's really what we're trying to do here.
Mr. Miller?
I have a couple of questions, and before I finish, some comments also. Start by saying that I'm almost a neighbor of the shopping center, and I'm there frequently. You talked about improving connectivity through Grover Park. Exactly what are you doing there?
So right now, if you drive around the ring road on what I'll call the back of the shopping center, you'll see there's no defined sidewalk. It sort of stops in that area along that road. So actually, the site work crew's been making great progress, and we almost have all the curbing in along, rounding the corner of that ring road now. But what we're doing is we're connecting with sidewalk, proper sidewalk, the two ends of Grover Park, and also creating a pedestrian walkway that will funnel right into the middle entry point on the rear side of the shopping center.
I hope you're going to do something about getting better identification of the crossing from Grover Park into the shopping center, because I don't like playing dodgeball cars with cars that are going 30 or 40 miles an hour around the shopping center, and it's not very well marked or identified now. There is some striping there, but
Right,
it's hard to see.
and there are potholes to weave around. I understand what you're saying, yes.
Just to continue, what are your thoughts about the chains versus locally owned businesses? And by locally owned, I don't mean owned by Princeton residents, I mean owned by an individual or a local corporation, local being the greater Princeton area, not necessarily somebody who lives in Princeton.
Well, I think that the shopping center has been successful. It's a heavy local shopping center as it exists today, and I think that it's going to continue in that same fashion in the years to come. I think that that's generally what works here. I think that there are some merchandising where you do mix in some nationals or regionals here and there, but that's not what that's not the majority of what, what exists in the shopping center and what would be successful in Princeton.
Is Orvis a franchise, or is it owned by a corporation? What is it? In other words, is it a national corporation that owns an outlet in the shopping center? Is it a franchised operation? What exactly is it?
Orvis itself is a corporate store, but I guess, yeah, they're a corporate store.
It's owned by Orvis
By
Corporate.
Orvis, yes, the company.
Yeah, one of my nightmares is to wake up some morning and to find that all the chain stores that you can find in the malls on Route 1 are suddenly in the shopping center.
Well,
And if I want to shop at a chain store, I know where to find them. But if I want to shop at a store that carries some unique products and is intended to serve the community, I hope that I'll continue to find them in the Princeton Shopping Center. I want to comment a bit on what you call the renovations to the shopping center. I will tell you in no uncertain terms that it does not appear to me as if you have a project manager for the work on the parking lot. I can't count the number of times where I have found that I've tried to get to a particular store in the shopping center a parking place near a particular store in a shopping center, only to find that I can't get there, and there are no directions to tell me where to go or how to find a way there. And it appears to me as if whoever is managing that part of your renovation has decided to try and do the whole job at one time rather than section off the roadway and parking center and do it one part at a time. I sure as hell hope that you improve what might be called wayfinding, some signs to say, if you want to get to this store for the next few days, go this way, or go here to park, because it's not very much fun to drive around to try and get to something and find that you're blocked off and there are no directions to say, go here or go there. I think a little bit of attention to that could improve your relationship with the people that come to the shopping center. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Lippman?
Thank you, Dave, for coming. Just a few things. One, I guess it's been, difficult for the community in general to wrap their arms around the whole renovation work. But when it's done, I hope it's going to be a success, as you mentioned, and we try to retain as many local businesses as we can. But my question is, the shopping center isn't just a brick and mortar place. It's also been a place where we would meet on various occasions for different things. For instance, I know there was a movie night during the summer. Sometimes there's a music night. I know Santa Claus comes to town and various things of that sort. Are we going to keep that community tradition going? That's basically the question I have.
Yeah, absolutely. The event piece, I think, really has not changed significantly since we've been involved and own the shopping center. You will notice some strategic changes that have occurred, and the movie night is a great example. We implemented that last year. I believe we did 6 movies, 3 in the summer and then 3 in the fall. What we found was, based on attendance, the ones that had an interactive component tended to do better, draw more folks, get more people involved. So we've narrowed that focus in this year. In our event schedule, we've got 2 movie nights. With the movies are Pitch Perfect and School of Rock, and both will have interactive components for families and the community. So it's something that we're constantly looking at, and certainly, trying to continue to improve upon, but they're a continued part of the Princeton Shopping Center for sure going forward.
Thank you.
I love Pitch Perfect and School of Rock, so I will be there. I was under the impression that you were on the agenda so we could better understand some of the traffic considerations, and I'm afraid I still don't understand what the traffic situation is on Harrison Street. Does that mean that the southern entrance, you will be blocked off for the next couple of weeks? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is right now, the most impact from a consumer or customer perspective right now is going to be these next 2 weeks. And what that means is right now, if you come into the shopping center where the traffic signal is at Valley Road and North Harrison Street,
Yeah.
you cannot take a right. You have to go left around the shopping center.
You have to
It'll be
go
that
toward
way.
McCaffrey's.
Right.
Okay.
And there's signs there as of this morning when the work started, but you cannot make a right, and it'll be there in that condition for the next week.
Okay.
Come Friday, that's expected to be done. That portion of the drive aisle will be open, and then the second half of it, which will run from roughly Main Street down to the really Verizon, if you will be done the following week. those 2 weeks, that main drive aisle shut off, we've coordinated with the buses and folks, but I think you can all understand the amount of consistent potholes in that drive aisle.
Terrible.
And the repairs that were necessary to make it so that we're not constantly chasing ourselves each spring and repairing potholes there. So we're trying to do it right. It does require some significant work, and so really these next 2 weeks, you'll see portions of that drive aisle shut off, which will impact traffic flow. I think from there, there will be more room to work around as the crews work their way around the shopping center.
Will Dunkin' Donuts remain open?
Yes.
Good. Okay. The last question I have is, when you say a long-term lease, how long are you generally talking about?
I'm saying anywhere from 5 years and up.
Oh, really?
But,
Okay. It really is a major concern for us that is the only laundromat we have in town, and so that would be, are you telling me they've signed a lease that's at least 5 years?
I would tell you it's longer than that.
Great. That's good news. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Chairman?
I really don't have any questions. My colleagues beat me to the punch on everything, but I'll just say thank you for coming here, and I think you've heard some of the frustrations, and hope you'll take them to heart and see what you can do during the construction phase, and also just in the planning going forward.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, no, I also want to thank you for coming tonight, and I think it's helpful for the community and for council to have Edens have a face, and communication is really important, so I'm glad you came, and if you have anything that you'd like us to put on the website in terms of construction, information, Access Princeton can also help get that information out. And I just want to echo what a lot of my colleagues have said and the public has said about just Princeton loves the shopping center. It provides a really key role for our community. It's where Princeton goes to shop and where Princeton goes to run its errands. And I'm glad to hear you reiterate that as part of your vision for the center too. So thank you. Okay, our next presentation for this evening is on the plastic bag recycling program, and I'd like to invite up Christine Symington from Sustainable Princeton. And there had been some questions earlier about just about statistics and whether we had any measurements about whether the campaign is working or not. So
yes.
we asked you here.
In the council's agenda, you have a larger slide deck, which gives you an update and some information about how we've been tracking. But in the interest of time, we're just going to focus on the key metrics. And Councilwoman Krumler, if you want to start the clock, we're prepared to do this in 3 minutes. Okay. So, as you may recall, this was a collaborative effort amongst Princeton Merchants Association, come up here, John, McCaffrey's, Sustainable Princeton, and the municipalities help as well. And this was an effort to try to reduce the consumption of single-use plastic disposable bags, and also to reduce the amount of plastic films that we send to our landfill. So we're going to go through this. The name of the campaign is Learn Your ABCs, so we're going to go through it A, B, and C. So I'm going to hand it over to Lou Campo. He can introduce himself to talk about the A and the B aspect of the campaign.
Good evening, Mayor Lempert and members of council. My name is Lou Campo. I'm the store director at the McCaffreys in Princeton. I'm also a member of the Princeton Merchants Association. So what I want to talk to you about is what we're doing to encourage bag reuse, bag reduction, and recycling. It starts up front where we first ask the customer, did you bring your own bag? This achieves two things. Number one, it acknowledges the customers that do bring their own bags, and for the people that don't bring their own bags, it creates the idea that and encourages next time maybe they'll bring their own bags. So if we're doing this every customer, every time, the customers, as they go through the lines day after day or week after week, they're being asked, and it's a commitment that we have to them reuse bags. We also, in our bagging program, we also ask the customer, would they need a bag for that? So if customers come up and they have one or two items, our cashiers would say, do you need a bag for that? Again, it's sending a message, do they really need a bag? And a lot of the customers say, no, I'm okay. And for the customers that have really big orders, for things such as soda, juice, larger items, do you need a bag for that? Again, we're trying to reduce the amount of bags being used. Okay? And we support that too. Our cashiers are trained, just as simple as asking for a McCaffrey's card every time. They're trained to ask the customer, did they bring a bag today? Okay? The other thing that we do is, in order to support the B, so to speak, and to bring your own bag, the ABCs of that, is we reward our customers when they bring their own bags. They get a 4-cent refund for every bag that they bring. So if they use 10 bags, then they get a 40-cent refund that's used towards their purchase. Okay. One of the things that we saw during a period in the fall that we actually measured versus the prior year, we saw a 10% increase in bag refunds, which translates to 94,000 less single bags being used at the checkouts through the customers bringing in their own bags. So that's a metrics that was measured and accountable. Okay. The other thing that we do at the store, and Christine will speak to that, is bag collection. In other words, we have a program, as does many of the merchants in Princeton, have a program for bag collection or plastic collection. So I'm going to turn it over to Christine.
Sure. Thanks, Lou. So as you see in the presentation, there are about 13 current locations where community members can drop off plastic films such as bubble wrap, Ziploc bags, dry cleaner bags, newspaper sleeves, a lot of the plastic films and things that are really difficult to avoid, and the only other option to recycling them is the landfill. So there are 13 current locations where folks can drop them off. There's one here in 400 Witherspoon, and other participating merchants in Princeton, and those are all collected and taken to McCaffrey's, where McCaffrey's includes them with the plastic bags and films that they collect, and they are then shipped to a company called Trex, which then recycles the plastic films into decking lumber, which happens to be a product that if you use in construction can count towards LEED certification points. So in the first 6 months of the campaign, about 7 tons of plastic films have been collected and recycled. So that is 7 tons of material that did not go to our landfill. So we're hoping that, we'll continue to expand and have more locations where folks can drop this off. And I'm going to give it to John to bring us home.
Well, I've got show and tell for you all to make it more fun. But I just want to reiterate and thank McCaffrey's and Lou and just to recap, we've got a 10% increase in refunds for bringing your own bag. So we're encouraging people to do the right thing. More importantly, his purchases of the disposable bags have gone down 15%, which is the 94,000 less bags that they bought to even hand out. So there's just fewer going out into the population. And then as Christine said, the total gatherings of films and wraps, 7 tons. So here's where it gets fun. Now, this is...
Are you going to dump those on the floor?
No, and I'm not going to make any sculptures or anything. But so I collect these at home in this neat little McCaffrey's box. But this is 8 ounces of film. So 7 tons equates to 28,000 of these packages. And if you put them side by side, that's a 5.3-mile trail. And that's just in the first 6 months, the initial 6 months of this program. So I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, And I will mention the significant portion of that is a lot of the back of the house films that I'm sure Lou can attest to. Retail shops get things delivered and they're all wrapped in some kind of plastic packaging. So that is other material that is also getting recycled.
And now for my instructive portion of this, I'm sure you all have dry cleaning. Well, all of my shirts used to come wrapped in this. And then I hope they don't get mad at me. And then each of the hangers is wrapped in this. But for just $10, you can recycle and do away with all of this single-use paper and plastic. So that's my pitch. They are not members, but we're encouraging them to be. So that's our product. So if everybody changes their dry cleaning into a reusable covered product, we can all do our thing. And if not, this can go to Lou's or in the bin right outside, and we can continue to double and triple our collection.
The statistics are wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Can I ask a
Butler?
question? Did you have more to say? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Question.
Well, I was just going to thank McCaffrey's and thank Lou for participating in this, but I'm a regular McCaffrey's user, and people aren't asking every single time, so whatever you can do to encourage people at checkout to really ask. I mean, I notice around the store that I think people are bringing bags more, but they don't ask every time, and so I think there's still a little bit of work to be done there.
I agree. We shoot to have 100%. We do, when we do new cashiers or are trained for that. Some of the obstacles that they have is, especially with the newer ones that aren't well seasoned, sometimes there's a little bit of an intimidation factor with people barking back at them, why do you always ask? And I try to turn that around and say, well, that's our opportunity to teach them that why we ask, this is why we ask, to encourage bag reuse for sustainability, and it's McCaffrey's commitment to the environment and to the community to try to encourage that. And it's an ongoing training and follow-up. We have what we call floor supervisors. So each one, when they're on a shift or whatever, they monitor the front-end operations and the back register operations, and they actually have to also monitor that and look for opportunities to retrain or, pull aside and say, hey, you know what, you're not doing that. I would say that there may be some more room for improvement on that, and particularly when the biggest obstacle in talking to a few of them is when somebody comes up and they have one or two items and they don't even have a purse or a wallet with them and they have cash in their hands, they feel like they're putting out the customer by ridiculing by saying, did you bring your own bag? And again, it's a training opportunity that we have to turn that around with them, and we have done that with many of the cashiers. I would say that most times that the customers are being asked, is there opportunities for further improvement? Yes, and we do have like a coaching topic or a retraining thing, and we did this about 6 weeks ago to every cashier, had a sign off, and it's an ongoing thing. We have approximately 65 cashiers, and every week or so we have one or two new ones that always start. But we are committed to the training and the follow-up with that.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Mr. Miller?
I wanted to thank the three of you for an excellent presentation. Christine, I noticed you mentioned the outdoor bench. Can you talk a bit about the bag to bench program and exactly what's involved there? How do we go about getting?
We've already initiated that, so if you show that you've recycled a certain amount, Trex will then return to the community a bench, and we're working right now with Public Works and the Rec Department to have that located in the community park pool. So we should be receiving that, in the next few weeks or so, and you can expect to see it there with a nice plaque.
Is there a limit on the number of benches we can get? My understanding is that we've probably collected enough bags to date for several benches. Can we get several benches, or are we limited only to one?
That's a good question. I don't know if we're limited to only one, but, if you have any other locations where you'd like to have a bench, we can certainly pursue it and see if they'll be willing to donate more.
Yes, I did have. I noticed, I read that Littlebrook School did qualify for a bench. Were they part of this program with us, or were they
They're not,
completely
but
independent?
it's the same program that's available to schools. So
Okay.
TREX does a community program and a schools program. So
They beat us?
Well,
They got
I
a
don't
bench
know.
before we did?
I think they've been doing it
Unaccept-
for a little longer. But it is a similar program, and they also did get a bench. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
As a public service notice, the cabana reopens this weekend, weather permitting.
Excellent. Okay. Now we'll move on to reports, and we have our monthly police report for February 2016, as well as the annual police report from 2015. And I'd like to invite up Chief Sutter.
Thank you, Mayor. Before jumping into the reports, I wanted to brief council on some things that we've discussed here before and some quick announcements. 4 of our newest officers graduated Mercer County Police Academy on Friday, and 2 of them start today, and 2 start on Wednesday on the road. But we were represented very well. So Officer Kaufman was the class speaker, nominated by his peers as a leader to get that accolade. Officer Tony Mahotieri won the fitness award. She actually tied one of her male counterparts, but they gave 2 awards out, so that was a fantastic achievement. And Officer John Misey won the firearms award. So we were really ecstatic about.
What was the last award you mentioned?
The firearms award for qualifications. So, again, really outstanding achievement, and really they were leaders in their class, so we're very, very proud of them. I wanted to update you on Uber. I know the Taxi Association has appeared before Mayor and Council and voiced some complaints about Uber's presence in Princeton. We reached out to the Taxi Association, had a conversation. We have, we understand their complaints. It's a little bit of a difficult situation. But what we've done is we've started to, we've spoken to West Windsor, who has a similar situation at the train station, and we had a meeting and shared our experiences and how they're dealing with it there. The inherent problem in Princeton is that it's not necessarily confined to a specific area like the train station. There are complaints about the Dinky station, however. And, from what I understand, the Taxi Association says that Uber is picking up patrons at the taxi stand at the Dinky station regularly. We've been down there for selective enforcement purposes. We're not seeing that amount of Uber traffic there. That's been, not saying it's not happening, but when we've been there at different times, we're not seeing it there. So the one issue is them going to the taxi stands and taking fares from the taxi stand in violation of ordinance. The other issue is Uber operation within Princeton. And what is it, how much is it used? It's used extensively from what our residents, visitors use it a lot. And I can understand from a business perspective, it's a concern for our local taxis. In discussing this with West Windsor and doing our own research, it's a very difficult thing to address through enforcement. Taxis are required by state statute to register as a limousine or livery or taxi with the state, and failure to do so is a violation that they can be cited for. But obviously, tracking this, enforcing it on a regular basis is a challenge. But we're going to formulate a public information plan. We're going to, continue to talk with our taxi association and try to come up with a comprehensive approach to it. I don't think it's just an enforcement issue. I think that might be part of it, In West Windsor, I think it's been successful to a point at the train station. So we'll continue to observe the taxi stands and enforce any violations there, and we'll progress from there. And I got to tell you, I understand that their frustration. They're very frustrated from a business perspective, our local taxi operators, and we're going to work with them and try to come to an understanding on what we can do. Continuing on, we spoke here a few months ago about cutting a little deeper into our motor vehicle stop demographic report, and I think Councilperson Butler, you specifically raised the question about summonses issued, and if we could break that out by race, gender, ethnicity. We've worked with our software provider, and we've gotten a report that's more detailed than the one we have right now. There's just some IT issues that we have to work out, and I expect that to be up and running probably within the next month or so.
Can I ask you a quick question about that? When you put in race or ethnicity, you're doing that based on what?
Well,
I mean, I looked at my driver's license, it doesn't...
Now, there's two practices that are used, and then we capture both of them. This is also an accreditation standard. There's two things that are entered. It's the officer is required to enter his or her perception of who's driving the car prior to the stop. And that captures, for instance, at night it's very difficult, so the officer may not be able to make an observation prior to the stop and will note so, unknown driver at the time of the stop. After the interaction at the vehicle and once the stop is over, the officer enters his or her observations based on that, on his or her observations of the person. That's this whole premise is based on. So there's no information provided through the DMV as to a person's race or ethnicity.
So I'm sort of stunned here, and do you would there be a rule of thumb by which you would overestimate in one direction or the other? And the reason I ask this is that we had a panel at the PCDO meeting the other night, and two people identified as having African-American roots.
That's a very good point.
Gallup, I would have said they were both Caucasian.
It's a very good observation, and that's, you're on the money with that, is that it's based on the whole premise of this is based on the officer's observation. So what you're saying may in fact, be part of the reality.
So we my guess then, I just thinking about that today was that we would err to the side of saying people were Caucasian, wouldn't we?
I mean, I can't say that. Yeah, I can't say that. Again, it's based on that officer's observation. Your point's a valid point, though. It's based on what the observation is.
Right.
So again, I plan on having that, though, up and running within the next 30 to 60 days. And finally, in furtherance of our commitment to engaging the community and providing more information to the community, part of our, one of our objectives in our strategic plan was an interactive, almost real-time crime information system released to the public, where the public can get information almost in a real-time type of environment. And we've, first of all, free of charge, we've partnered with Bear Analytics, and they provide a service called Raids Online. And this system automatically links with our records management system. So as information is put into our records management system, they geocode the data, they display the location of the incident on a map, on a real-time map, and they also include information like the type of crime, the location again, the date and time. So if there's a burglary on Main Street and an officer responds at 123 Main Street within a certain period of time after that, all that information as the officer enters it will appear on a map that anybody that opts into the system can get and view. It also provides a neighborhood watch system where residents can opt in, and it will automatically email them data as they choose on any type of crime or other activity that's brought into the system. So this is really an opportunity for our residents to see what's going on, not only in the community at large, but on their street. and they can almost see it in real time. So we're going to have we'll unveil it probably within the month. It's up and running. We just have to get the links all set that we can start emailing out, posting on our website, social media, and we'll have a press conference where the media can see it work real time. So that should be very soon. And now to get into our reports, I just wanted to highlight, starting with our annual report. There's a lot of data included in there. I just wanted to give you some highlights and kind of give you the concept behind this year's report. We wrote this year's report in the context of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. As you know, after Ferguson, President Obama commissioned a task force to look at best practices in policing and really had the best minds in a lot of different disciplines get together and share their philosophies on the direction policing should go in and how we should get there. So in that report, in all 99 pages of it, it not only gives us a vision, but it gives us a roadmap of how to get there. If you're going to build a police department tomorrow, this is all you need, is this book. You open it up, and it tells you exactly what the best practices are and how you get to a department that is trusted and legitimate and serves its community. So we felt what better way but to benchmark our performance against these principles and philosophies, and that's kind of the context that we presented the report in. We were doing a lot of things that are outlined in the report prior to the task force being commissioned. And a lot of them are accreditation standards, a lot of them are common sense that just make good sense in building community trust. So with that being said, the first thing I wanted to highlight for you was that in 2015, as outlined, well, first of all, as outlined in the report, one of the most important facets of a police department is for the demographics of the department to represent its community. People have trust in a department that looks like the community it serves, and we continued in that direction in 2015. We had a robust recruiting initiative, and we really worked and hired some very qualified officers and increased the diversity of our department. It also outlines our recruitment goals that resulted in our most recent hiring. The report includes a demographic breakdown of each stage of our recruitment process, and this is new. So what we want to look at, I haven't put this in the report before, but what we want to look at is who we're recruiting and how these candidates are filtering through each phase of the process. And we were able to capture that data. The things that we want to look at are the testing procedures, how the stats break out, and things that we may need to change, improve, or look at. So that's all in this report through the recruitment stage, to the written test, to the physical, to the interview stage. You can see how our candidates and our numbers trended through the entire process. In our report, we included a short description of many of our policies that illustrate our compliance with the task force report. And we added a demographic breakdown of officer-initiated pedestrian stops. So what you'll see, similar to what we do with motor vehicle stops, you'll see a breakdown of officer-initiated pedestrian stops. So this may be wouldn't be like a call for a suspicious person. That would be generated through a call. But this would be somebody being stopped, being observed by an officer doing something either that results in a reasonable suspicion or maybe violating a traffic law somehow, running out, whatever it may be. We capture that data and broke it out by race and ethnicity. We also now, 3 years into our department, have some data that we can compare. So we're comparing 2013, 2014, 2015, which is outlined here. And finally, I just draw your attention to our training curriculum. One of the most important aspects of the growth of an officer of a department is its training and staying current, and specifically refreshing perishable skills. And we have done that, I think, very aggressively and very well through our training curriculum. So I can take questions on that now. I can move to the monthly report real quick. not a whole lot in the monthly report to announce, but
Go ahead, Ms. Butler.
Did you want to comment, Heather? Go ahead.
I was going to say, why don't you do that as well, so that we can have other questions?
So in the monthly report, I just have three things to bring your attention to. The first would be, I just want to reiterate our increased foot patrol. You'll see that in February, compared to 2015, we've made a robust effort at increasing the number of foot patrols we have throughout town. And I also wanted to bring your attention to I thought was interesting fact. If you compare the motor vehicle stops from 2015 February to 2016 February, you'll see an increase of 300 motor vehicle stops. That's pretty significant. And that is directly related to our push and reaction to citizen complaints, as we've talked about before, and specifically our strategic plan, that the overwhelming complaints were based on motor vehicle violations throughout town. But the interesting fact I want to point out is that if you compare the issuance of motor vehicle summonses in the same time, they remained almost exactly the same. So my point being that increased motor vehicle enforcement and proactivity doesn't necessarily correlate to the issuance of summonses. There is officer discretion, but the intent is to be visible, to be responsive, and to educate our community of what our motor vehicle laws are. The way that we're doing that currently, in addition to enforcement, you'll see that we're putting out alerts, and we're telling our residents, we're going to be out on such and such a street today enforcing speeding violations. So it's not aimed at summonses, it's aimed at getting compliance with our motor vehicle laws. And I just thought that was it illustrated that point, and I wanted to point that out to you. With that, any questions you have?
Ms. Howard?
So, first of all, I mean, it's always, your reports are always terrific, but it's great how you took this opportunity to align it with the standards of the President's report on 21st century policing, and you'll probably be too modest to say this, so I'll say it, that the mayor shared the report with people at the Department of Justice in the COPS office, which is the Community-Oriented Policing Services. It's the organization it's the part of DOJ that runs the COPS program, and they're going to be highlighting this report on their website on implementation of the President's Task Force. And I was just checking the website, and New Jersey is bare right now, so it will be the New Jersey example of how the President's Task Force is being implemented around the country. So really good work to take that, and that's really exciting to get that feedback nationally. So congratulations. And so related to that, we had talked previously about how you were going to work with folks at Rutgers to get more help in how to analyze our data, and I want to pick up on Councilwoman Butler's question. And is that something they can help us think about how to best analyze the data and these issues to make sure we're really being as precise as we can and getting the best analysis we can?
Absolutely, and I've said before, we've been, I think, very good and aggressive at collecting and publishing all these statistics. The analytical part of it is very difficult. Benchmarking it properly, and really understanding what these statistics mean is something that's not easily done, and that's their Rutgers University, I guess it's the College of Policing, their Policing Institute. That's one of their main charges. That's what they do. And we're still moving forward to that, and it's going to be very helpful to us to be able to look at our data and tell us what's right, what's wrong, and what we need to fix. So we're very aggressively pursuing that.
What's the timing on that?
So basically, they've provided us a recommendation and a quote that I need to forward, and that just came in within the last week or so, and get some proper approvals through the process.
Ms. Butler?
Yes, I have about 6 things I want to say, maybe 7. I want to thank you about the Uber. I appreciate that you took that up. And when you're talking to West Windsor, if there's any way they probably would not, but our cabs that go out there and drop people off are not allowed to pick up and bring someone back, and so.
And vice versa, our station that does the same thing to them.
I don't think they really enforce it at that West Windsor station. They're very protective of what they've got going on there. And so when we worked on that ordinance, we were sort of frustrated that there isn't a regional taxi registration. So, but I also thought I caught in a headline that said some of the northern Jersey cities are making deals with Uber, but we were under the impression that we were prohibited by state law from doing that.
Correct. It's been in the news that Newark has been negotiating, yeah.
Right. Is that because they're coming from New York, or?
That's correct, and I don't have an answer for you. What I have found in our research is that every taxi that would do business in the state has to be registered as such, and as is my understanding, the overwhelming majority of Uber operators are not.
Right, right.
So that in and of itself is a state statute. So I don't know how they would circumvent that statute, but, I can easily make a call and figure that out.
Pay attention and keep our eye peeled.
What Uber is arguing, I think, is that they're not taxi drivers, they're independent contractors. So I think they have,
Well, we'll just have to see what these other municipalities are doing. The chart on page 14, I think there might be I think maybe the numbers didn't add up, and I should have gotten this to you before, I'm sorry. Under unfounded, it looks like somebody didn't carry down the 1, and on the, that was on the column, and on the row, it looks like under demeanor, it should be 10, not 9, and so that would give you a total of 33, not 32. I think there's no
On the
discussion
chart?
about that. On page 14.
Okay, let me look into it.
On the annual, I'll
correct.
send it to you. It's not, it just looks like there's a little mistake. Have you hired an IT specialist? That was part of the plan. Do you have someone dedicated?
Not specifically dedicated, but IT has been absolutely, outstanding at having a person that spends a whole lot of time with our IT issues. So while it's not, I guess, under the umbrella of police IT specialist, it's certainly a lot of this person's probably, 90% or more spent in our department, I'm assuming.
Who is that? Are we allowed to say?
Anthony?
Okay. Also, on the total arrests for 2015, it looks like in the annual report, there's a number of 642, but in the February report on page 5, it looks like it's 591. Are those the same numbers? They both say total arrests?
The
Year-to-date?
February monthly report as compared to what?
It just had in the February report, I don't know, I've got to look at my notes. Yeah, 591. It had the total arrests on there you know what? Maybe it didn't have December in there. Didn't have December. That must be the difference. Okay, that's fine. And I have 2 issues that aren't related to either one of those. Reunions will be coming up, and so the issue of golf carts, whether they're sidewalk or street, and I don't know if Kristen is still here, but, it seems like every year there are issues with the golf carts on the sidewalk or...
Yeah, by law, they're not allowed on any, they're unregistered, they're not allowed on any public sidewalk or street. So the issue becomes, I think, on the campus side as to the ownership of the sidewalk there, whether it's private property or not. So we do have, you're 100% correct, we have issues and we communicate with the university that leading up to reunions on addressing those. So I'll make it a point, I actually have a meeting, our monthly meeting on Wednesday, so I'll make a point to bring that up.
And then I also have a Forbes traffic issue that I'll bring up with.
Mr. Miller, then Ms. Krumiller.
Chief, do you have any estimate of the crowd at Community University, and were there any issues there that you want to talk about?
We've developed a new police policy where we don't put a specific number. Because I never knew exactly how we got it. There was a lot of people. The issue that I observed this year that seemed worse this year than it ever has been in the past was vehicular traffic in and around the area. Library Place, we had to shut it down at one point for parking. There seemed to just be gridlock in the surrounding area with vehicles. So we've had this traffic plan in place for many, many years. It gets to a point where there's nowhere to put the cars, and that's what we were experiencing on this past week. You know, it's become a very large regional event, and there were obviously a lot of people coming into the community from outside the community, and 206 at Nassau Street was a particular congested intersection, Mercer Street at Nassau Street, and then all those surrounding roads. So, from my estimation, the parking and the traffic were probably the two biggest issues that we experienced, and there's really not a direct answer to that right now. We do have a debrief that we go over, and we'll discuss all these things, but as far as the traffic plan goes, again, we've had this in place for years, and this seems to have been one of the worst that I can remember as far as that goes.
Yeah, I was also going to ask about Communiversity because I've asked for a report from our administrator of how much it cost the town, and I'm sure, how many extra officers do you have on that day? It must be a lot.
Yes, we have officers assigned to traffic posts all day long, directing traffic to alleviate the traffic, and then we have officers assigned inside the event, obviously. So we do have quite a few. It's probably our second largest, from a personnel standpoint, event next to the marathon.
Yeah, I was at a candidate forum and was asked, how can the town get some revenue that's not taxes? And I couldn't think of anything at the time, and it was like, ooh. But now I wish I thought if there was some way we could, get some revenue from the town, for the town, and more for the Arts Council from all those people that come, because it's definitely not a Princeton event anymore. It's probably like 90% non-Princetonians, and we're overwhelmed. This year was worse, next year's going to be even worse if the weather's nice. I mean, if we could do some kind of wristband system or something, not only could we maybe get some revenue, but it might cut down on the numbers. Because does it just keep growing indefinitely, or what, when do we decide it's too much?
Any other comments?
Okay, so I had another question about the police report. I had asked before about this, and there's a map in the annual report which was really interesting about the burglaries and where they are and the different other problems. And for the drug arrests, how many are from the campus, from the university campus of the drug arrests?
I did break that out. I know we did have that question here, I think last time I might have been here. I have the 3 years, 2014 to 2016. In 2014, this is all narcotics arrests on campus. There were 8, there were 11 in 2015, and there's 15 so far in 2016.
I'm saying I'm comparing.
Yeah, so far this year, let me just find my arrests in the annual report, or in the, so year to date I have it broken out specifically by type of drug, but we've had 6 arrests as of February, non-campus related. That's as of February, so I can get you it's quite higher now.
Okay, I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Mr. Simon?
Chief, apologize, I'm playing catch-up a little bit today, so I should have sent this question to you ahead of time, but I'm looking at, it's one of the charts between page 10 and 11 in the annual report, and it's the racial ethnic breakdown of arrests. And it's striking in terms of its disparity with respect to the population of the community. And we've talked about that with respect to motor vehicle stops in the past, because it's also the inbound population, but this is very different even from that, and a much higher African-American fraction. Has that been reviewed by the department at all, or by the Public Safety Committee? And is there an explanation for that?
Yes, to answer your question, it has been reviewed, and it's part of the study we plan on doing through Rutgers. But again, the majority of our arrests are generated through contacts through motor vehicle stops. And you see it in the police blotter, I guess, multiple times a week. As we increase, let me back up. There's a certain amount that are generated through calls that we have no control over. We get a call of a domestic violence incident, there's a mandatory arrest, and an arrest is made. The other way is through enforcement contacts, mostly through motor vehicle stops. So we are going to break that data out to see what's generated through call-generated arrests, what's generated through proactivity, and then see where the numbers lie. But the benchmarking of these numbers is very, very important to note, and it's beyond my scope. I can't tell you how these should be benchmarked. That's part of the reason why I'm advocating to have someone or an institution with that know-how and knowledge to tell us what these mean. I see the numbers. I don't know what they mean. I know that benchmarking them against demographics in terms of citizens within our community, our census data, is not the proper benchmarking. But we need to first find out, and we've had this discussion with Rutgers, how do we come up with the data field, if you will? How do we start benchmarking? And that's the number one issue that we're dealing with. So I hope through, if this study is approved, we can have that answer for you in a something deliverable to you.
Mm-hmm. And then, I should know the answer to this, but are you including the same statistic in the monthly breakout, or is this only on the annual report right now?
I included it in the annual, but it's something that I can break out. I don't see it being a. There's lots of things that I put in the annual report that I don't put in the monthly report that we collect, but to keep the report to a acceptable level, I haven't included everything, but we can certainly talk about that, and I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah, I think this is actually new. If I remember right, this is new this year. I couldn't find it in last year's report, so.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think right now it raises a flag, and I think we need a little bit of attention on it until we understand what's driving that. And a related question, in the New York Times, there was an article where, just in terms of criminal justice and how it's uneven across class. And the proposal was strikingly simple, which is eliminate cash bail. I assume that's not something we can do at the town level. Is that a state requirement, or can we do that at the municipal level?
Well, that's a great observation, and I have an answer for you. There is a major bail reform taking place in New Jersey effective January 1st, 2017, and our training actually started this week. There's a whole new way that we are going to issue the issuance of criminal complaints and the setting of bail. It's based on a risk formula. And there's a 5-step criteria that has to be presented to a judge. And almost every complaint that we issue, and I haven't gone through 100% of the training yet, but this is what I know of it. Every complaint that we now issue must be reviewed by the prosecutor's office first. And there's a lot of changes taking place, and I believe they're needed, and they're probably going to be good in the end, but there's going to be a large learning curve, and there's going to be a, I don't want to use the word, there's going to be a process involved, much more of a intricate process than we currently go through. So there's going to be an adjustment period for the prosecutors, for the judges, for the police departments. And as this training goes on, I'll be able to report back to you on more. But I know the prosecutors are going through training now, and we're getting it at our level as well.
So if I could just follow up on that, do you have a sense yet from what you've seen so far, is that going to reduce the number of warrant arrests?
Another interesting question. I would have to say, I guess it would, from a criminal arrest warrant standpoint. I believe that, from my limited knowledge, one would assume, based on the reforms that are taking place, that bails are going to be assessed differently, and the risk factors that aren't in place right now that are going to be evaluated are going to limit the amount of warrants that are issued or the levels of bail that are set. I don't know how that's going to apply to the basic failure to appear warrant that we so often see. This is a different process. What we see the high majority of the time are the person receives tickets or has a motor vehicle violation and fails to appear, and a municipal court judge issues a warrant for that failure to appear. Now, what we have learned is that, sometimes there are a lot of socioeconomic reasons that result in a person being unable to pay fines, and there's a whole, set of circumstances behind the issuance of these warrants. I can find out in my next meeting with the prosecutor's office how that process plays into this. I haven't been really informed that is in play here, but it may be.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate the follow-up.
Okay. I just want to thank the department for the traffic enforcement and for advertising the streets that the officers are going to be on. I think it's been very well received by the community, and one of the biggest complaints I hear is people complain of speeding on their street, and just seeing that being sent out over social media, I think people are really understanding that it's not revenue generating, it's really to get people to slow down, and it's even if people aren't on that street, it's great to see it on Facebook or Twitter. They know that you're out there. So thank you for that initiative. All right. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. Next, we come to the section of our budget where our agenda. Oh, other reports. Thank you. I always skip over that. Ms. Howard, do you have any reports?
Yes, just a few. Just to report that the legal committee, we've scheduled several meetings coming up in the next couple of weeks to plan for our RFP for our municipal legal services, so expect to be moving on that front, and we'll keep people posted. From Human Services perspective, it's exciting to report that Elisa Nero, who's in the audience here, last week attended the Welcoming America Conference. We are the only municipality in New Jersey that's a member of Welcoming America. Is that right, Elisa? But there are many other across the country, and she met with local leaders from across the country to talk about how communities can capitalize on the diversity in their community and how we can partner. And it sounds like she made a great connection, for example, with Anchorage, Alaska, which is working on wage theft, and it's going to be, we have a Human Services Commission meeting later this week, and we'll hear some ideas for how we can further a lot of the work that's already been undergoing with the Immigration Subcommittee. And she's brought back, not that Elisa needed more energy, but she's brought back more energy and excitement on these issues. Continuing the honors of our staff, I want to report that Jeff Grosser, our health officer, is representing Princeton at a conference later this week at NYU on how we can prepare for a regional response to an infectious disease outbreak, and Jeff is going to be talking about lessons learned from Ebola. And finally, the Princeton Youth Academy, I don't think Chief Sutter mentioned that, which is the sort of cop camp, we call it, right? The application, it's a wonderful opportunity for middle schoolers to spend a week with police officers and learn about the working of the police department. The application for that program is now up on the main website.
Could I ask
Councilwoman Howard, a question. Do you think that maybe next month at one of our meetings, either we could get Jeff Grosser, we could get an update on the Zika virus so that as we head into the summer, anything that we could be doing or should know?
That's a great idea. Yes, he's been working on a public education campaign, but we should have him come and maybe kick it off at here. Great idea.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Miller?
I have a rather lengthy report this evening, but it is a problem that I think all of us are going to have to be dealing with. As I reported some time ago to Council, the emerald ash borer is an invasive pest from Asia that's killing ash trees in 25 states, including New Jersey. Since it was first discovered in Detroit in 2002, it's killed hundreds of millions, underline millions, of ash trees. According to the data in our own tree inventory, the Princeton tree canopy contains about 2,000 ash trees of several different species, all of these in the right-of-way. There's no data available as to the location and number of ashes in municipal parks and open space, except for Marquand Park, where they are documented. The tree inventory indicates that about 365 of these ashes are now dead, dying, or in poor condition. However, at this time we don't know whether any of this is attributable to the emerald ash borer. Thanks to the tree inventory, we know which streets and at which properties these dead or critical trees are located. When ash trees die, they become very brittle and dangerous, and as a result of that, they ought to be removed before they become a danger to residents and to visitors. The cost of removal has been addressed in studies by the state's Emerald Ash Borer Task Force, and it's estimated that a contractor working under a removal contract, the cost would range from about $45 per inch of diameter at shoulder height for trees that are 12 inches in diameter to $64 per inch for trees over 36 inches in diameter. There are several possible courses of action, and all of them are going to entail some cost, and they range from taking no action, where we'll lose 100% of the ash trees in Princeton, and they'll die within 8 years, and with no plan for replacement, we'll face a major loss in our tree canopy, and increased expense of taking down trees that are already dead, taking down infested or trees that are on the way to dying before they become brittle and more dangerous and expensive to move. A second course of action is selective management, and there is a chemical treatment that can be used at cost on high-value or really old ash trees that we value on selected streets and in parks, and taking no action on the remainder. The outcome here is that many of the treated ash trees will survive, the remainder will die, and we'll wind up replacing them with trees that don't serve as hosts for the emerald ash borer. The state recommendation for this approach is to remove all ash trees under 12 inches in diameter at shoulder height and over 29 inches. The remaining ash trees are then evaluated and removed or treated. And the state has prepared a model municipal ordinance that's based on this option. There's an option for what's called preemptive management, preemptive. In this option, all ash trees on municipal property would be removed and replaced with other species that aren't attractive to the emerald ash borer. The initial cost of this approach is high, with removal and replacement costs compressed into a couple of budget cycles. The final possible option is aggressive management, and this option is the most expensive. It includes active management of all ashes in the municipal right-of-way, including roadways, parks, and also in yards. And all dead or dying trees would be removed, replaced with species that aren't attractive to the emerald ash borer and would use aggressive chemical pest management on the remaining ash trees on streets and municipal properties. Ash tree, the wood from ash trees, once the bark, which gets infected by the beetle and is really the cause of the damage to the tree, the wood is valuable for use in furniture and other products, and it's possible that a contractor conducting the removal of dead or dying ashes might be able to somewhat mitigate the cost by stripping off the infected bark and selling the wood if there's demand. And the state has developed a list of commercial loggers and recycle facilities that handle ash wood. In addition to utilizing information from the state's Emerald Ash Borer Task Force, the Shade Tree Commission has contacted the arborist at Princeton University and other municipalities that bear similarity to Princeton, such as Madison, Wisconsin, in an effort to understand how the emerald ash borer problem is being handled elsewhere. The Shade Tree also reported that based on data in the tree inventory database, the tree maintenance backlog is high. There are approximately 547 trees, this includes ashes and other tree species, classified as dead or critical on municipal property that are in need of removal in the immediate future. In addition, there's some 2,000 trees that are classified as in poor condition and in need of inspection and possible removal. It should be noted that the tree inventory that contains these numbers is from 2013 and needs updating. The Shade Tree Commission will come before Council and present a plan to Council and the administration containing options for dealing with the emerald ash borer problem, including costs and a public outreach proposal. The plan will be presented in time for Council to consider including funding for the management of the emerald ash borer in the 2017 budget. Depending upon the plan selected by Council, it's likely that dealing with the emerald ash borer infestation will be done over several years with a need for funding over several years as the ashes continue to die and be replaced with trees that don't host the borer insect. Fortunately, the tree inventory, which Commission members are working to update to reflect the changes in our tree population since 2013, will provide a pretty good guide to the location, size, and condition of the ash tree population so that we can save time and money not having to search for the trees. Instead, by keeping the tree inventory up to date, the arborists can issue reports that can be produced to provide Council with a fairly accurate estimate of the costs for the different options that I've discussed. There are probably a lot of us here that remember the Dutch elm disease and how the Dutch elm disease, which was also spread by an insect, killed off virtually all the elms in Princeton. That occurred in the 1970s, and I can remember losing 3 very large elm trees in the space of a summer. The emerald ash borer is probably going to be a problem as severe as the Dutch elm disease, and it is progressing from west to east, and the first emerald ash borer was seen in Princeton a couple of years ago, so we're probably in the second or third year of the infestation, and we will probably shortly begin to see the effects of the emerald ash borer.
Thank you for that sobering report.
Can I ask a question about that? Bernie, it sounds like the state is, at least the task force is doing a pretty good job in outlining the scope of the problem. Do you have any sense whether the state is doing anything in terms of providing any financial support for this impending disaster?
Well, the state has provided essentially a model that can be used using their algorithms to estimate the cost. it may not be the only model that's available, which is why the Shade Tree Commission is reaching out to the arborists at the university and talking to other communities that may have faced the same kind of problem to find out how they've dealt with it, which option they might have chosen and what the impact might be and what the cost.
But is there any sense that the state might be also planning financially for this to help some of the...
giving us aid.
There you go, Jenny, cut right to it.
Hold your breath. I think the aid that will come from the state is through the task force that the state has put together in terms of providing guidance as to how to deal with the problem. But I think like most problems that are handed down to us from the state, they'll be locally financed. I don't see any indication of state aid coming to deal with the emerald ash borer.
Mr. Lieberman, any reports?
No, just a reminder that on May 18th, we're having the Host Liability Forum, and that'll be conducted here in this room. So if you want to learn about host liability with underage drinking and so forth, it's a perfect place to be between 7 and 9 p.m.
Thank you. Ms. Butler, any reports?
Yes, I was just going to let everybody know that the pool registration is up to about 3,200, which is about 250 ahead of the pace of last year. REC has processed over 4,800 program registrations since the spring and summer registration began in February. They've processed 58 financial aid applications, and we generally expect to receive about 100, so we're a little over halfway through. CP Pool will open on Saturday, May 28th, and will be open on weekends until they go full-time on June 15th. The other thing I want to mention is that I sort of picked up that there's an online petition that people can sign to urge Governor Christie to sign the open space bill that is on his desk. The legislation is S-969A-780, and so it occurred to me that perhaps we could develop a resolution similar to what we did on the fire resolution, urging Governor Christie to sign that legislation. We're in particular need of that funding. So I circulated a draft, and if you'll get back to me, and I assume that everybody would be generally in support of that, and then we can put that on the agenda for the next time. Great. Thank you.
Ms. Simon, any reports?
No reports.
Okay. I had a couple reports. The first is the planning board met this past Thursday and heard an application for a subdivision on Jefferson Road, and this is one of the, what do you call it, a zigzag lot. It was a split vote, but the planning board did vote to deny. And just to remind council, we did pass an ordinance that would ban this, and this was one of the applications that came in before. There were several lined up that came in under the wire, and because the planning board now has to use the time of decision, this time of application rule instead of the time of decision rule, the laws that we judge an application by are the ones that were in place at the time the application was filed, not the time the planning board is hearing it. There was some question as to what the previous ordinance really meant. There was some language in there that planning board felt could be interpreted in a way that would have prevented these zigzag lots, because when you see them, it's hard to imagine any law would intend them. But anyway, I did want to let council know that decision had been made. Also, there was a library board meeting last week. The library is going to be moving ahead shortly with the renovations on the second floor, the To Reimagine project, and I'm going to recognize Brett Bonfield, who's been to almost every single council meeting for the past 4 or 5 council meetings, so thank you for joining us. And The library board also decided to move forward with a social work intern that's going to be working at the library in conjunction with Elisa Niera. And it's another great collaboration between the town and the library to make sure that everybody in our community is getting the services that they need. So wanted to let folks know about that too.
Can you talk, what exactly, is Elisa going to the library?
No, it's a student.
It's a social work, an intern, somebody who's studying social work, who's going to coordinate with Elisa and is going to co-locate at the library, correct? There's a new movement to use libraries to do more outreach and to do, San Francisco, I think San Francisco has really pioneered this, where they have full-time social workers on staff at the library, helping consumer, people who are coming in who have needs and really helping connect them to services. And so this is a wonderful partnership between Human Services and the library, and co-locating, putting this intern at the library is a wonderful opportunity to try and reach people who we might not be reaching otherwise.
And I think there was some discussion on the library board whether the library would want to create a position like this permanently, and having an intern there is a way to see what the need is, and as no cost
Yeah, no, it
way to
sounds
put your foot in the
interesting.
water.
I didn't know that people in need of services like that would go to the library, but they must if they worked in San Francisco?
I think everybody who needs anything goes to our public library, and so they see it all.
So this is really in response to a request for this kind of service at the library? In other words, there are people coming in and go to the info desk at the library and say, can you help me with, or can you tell me where I can get something?
It came, my understanding is, came largely from the staff wanting that extra support, because they're often faced with people who they want to be able to help, and they don't necessarily have the expertise to do that. So the hope would be this would form a partnership that would help the staff be better equipped to deal with some of the issues that they're seeing. All right. Are there any staff reports? Mr. DeShield, Mr. Kaiser?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Three quick items to report on. One is the Valley Road improvements are continuing. New Jersey American Water Company has installed the new water line across Harrison Street doing nighttime work, and they're continuing a westerly direction to Walnut Street and Walnut Avenue. It'll be approximately another 3 weeks until that work is finished with the water services. Secondly, regarding Alexander Road Bridge over the Stony Brook and the culvert located just to the north of it, we're having discussions with Mercer County regarding obtaining proposals for that work. The way the numbers look, it looks like it would be a total of about a $6 million project, and they're looking for the municipality to pick up approximately $250,000 of that cost. We're gathering some additional information. We're also discussing with the university some possible ways to fund some of those costs. Lastly, I attended a meeting on Friday. I see Wanda Gunning is here as well. And that was a meeting before the Historic Sites Council regarding the Route 206 bridge. Department of Transportation did the presentation before the Historic Sites Council, which was very similar to the presentation they did before our Historic Preservation Commission. The good news is Aurora Associates, who's their bridge engineer, who's responsible for the Stone Arch Bridge, has brought on a sub-consultant known as Trans Systems. And there's a fellow that attended the meeting who had indicated he was involved in approximately 60 Stone Arch Bridge projects. So it appears that they're bringing on some expertise that could be helpful. That was just preliminary presentation to the Historic Sites Council. They're preparing for a file an application and appear back before them again if they can get everything done on time by June 16th.
Okay, great. Ms. Carmelo?
So does the Historic Sites Council have power over that? I mean, they can order them to comply with historic appearance and things like that?
Yes, within reason.
Mr. Simon?
Mr. Kaiser, could you just talk a little bit more about the Alexander Street project, the bridge that you mentioned? What's driving that project now? Is that...
It's been on the list for quite some time to do. There's a concern because the width of the bridge is 20 feet wide. It does not carry larger vehicles. Also, there's a culvert located just to the north that I believe has approximately a 15-ton rating as well. So it's something that we've been looking at for quite some time, and the county has indicated that they have money in place to start the design work and for the soft costs necessary to get the project going.
Can I ask a question about that? Why do we want to increase the weight? Doesn't that keep trucks and larger vehicles that we're really not that interested in attracting into the community out of the community?
The challenge we have is there's only one bridge that's rated for larger vehicles, and the vehicle type construction vehicles coming in and out of Princeton University campus, and that's the Harrison Street bridge. And the Harrison Street Bridge has problems with flooding in times of high water and so forth. So from a standpoint of providing access to the town, it gives a second means of access from Route 1.
You know, that area, though, is a huge recreation area with the Turning Basin Park and bikes and people using the tow path, and we have the combined problem of that S-curve coming in that was changed a little bit, but people still come speeding around that corner into town. So, I do have some concerns about we have no say, right? If construction's done on the bridge, it has to be to a certain width if the county's going to undertake the project?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, could we say we don't want the project? I mean, is that...
I thought that bridge was on was that bridge on one of the lists of, the state came out with the list, or somebody came out with the list when for the Transportation Trust Fund of bridges that were about to fail. I can't remember. I know the other bridges on there. Yeah.
I wouldn't want it to fail, but it does, I agree with Joe that it really, it does serve as a slowing traffic down.
Yeah, but if the county has $6 million to put towards a bridge at this point, that's...
Guess who pays for that?
Yeah, we pay for it, but I don't know if that $6 million is going to be available in the coming years. I think that's what Bob was trying to state. So I think it's advantageous for us to definitely look at it. And even now, when we go across the bridge, you'll see a lot of the buses that are larger than cars. It's really close to try to meet. It's a close bridge. And
no, I know. It's a pain.
Yeah, thank God we haven't gotten having any major accidents at this, recently. But it's just a matter of time.
Slows everybody down.
I know it slows you down, but I think it's a very, very dangerous bridge.
It would be really unfortunate to speed up the traffic there.
Well, no, I don't want to speed up the traffic. I don't want to speed up the traffic. I just want it larger.
There are two bridges on Alexander, down at the bottom of Alexander. What's the weight restriction on the second bridge?
There's actually three altogether. As coming into town, the first one is the DNR Canal Bridge. The second one is the Stony Brook Bridge. And then the third bridge or culvert is a tributary to the Stony Brook. So it's three in a row.
We're talking about removing a weight restriction on one bridge. What about the other bridges? Are there weight restrictions on the others?
The county has jurisdiction on two of the three bridges. County has jurisdiction on the bridge over the Stony Brook and the culvert that carries a tributary to the Stony Brook. And they are proposing to install those structures to the same standard as the Harrison Street Bridge, and that is to carry 80,000 pounds or 40 tons. The bridges right now are rated, I believe, 15 tons. The bridge over the DNR Canal is the responsibility of New Jersey Department of Transportation. There's been some discussion of them doing something to improve those bridges as well, but we haven't heard anything regarding work to be done in the near future.
What's the weight limitation on the bridge that's under the jurisdiction of NJDOT?
I believe that's in the range of 20 tons.
And will that bridge be capable of carrying, that bridge will still be restricted to 20 tons when the new bridges are built to carry 40?
Correct.
So there'll still be a weight limitation on vehicles coming onto Alexander from Route 1 of 20 tons, where it's now 15.
Yes, up until Department of Transportation does their work to improve the canal crossings.
So there aren't going to be 40-ton vehicles coming up Alexander until the NJDOT does the third bridge.
That's correct.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you. All right, that's the end of reports. So now we will move on to the 2016 municipal budget public hearing. First, we start with 2619, ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank, NJSA 40A 4-45 14. And is there a motion to, this is an ordinance we just passed, because did we introduce this last time? We did introduce it last time. Okay, so can we just have an explanation, because this one always, every year, sounds like we're doing something exceptional.
All right, this is regarding the spending cap portion of the budget, and this is an ordinance that allows you to go up to the state-approved amount, and this year is 3.5% over the previous year's appropriations. That's in case you need to increase your spending cap. This year's introduced budget and what's up for adoption this year does not need this, but in order to bank this for 2 future years, if we should need it, you must do the ordinance. But I can tell you that we're not dipping into this, this exception for this year's budget. And we still have cap banks available from 2014 and 2015, so we don't typically use the amounts that are approved to exceed the cap bank, but we do it just in case there's some extraordinary need in a future subsequent year.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to move this ordinance? Well, can we just get it on the floor and
So
then?
moved.
Second, moved by Mr. Lieberman and seconded by Ms. Howard. Mr. Miller?
For the benefit of those of us that aren't familiar with the arcane words that are used by municipal budgeting people, what is a cap bank?
So again, this is there is a requirement, a state requirement for a spending cap on appropriations. It's not the entire appropriations, it's a certain number of appropriations within your budget, and that's identified by the state statute. So this cap ordinance, they used to call it a COLA ordinance, which was a cost of living increase, allows you to increase above the state requirement for that spending, for those spendings. And again, this is just setting that amount to say we could budget up to this amount, but our budget does not need it this year. But the state statute also allows you to bank that increase in case you need that increase for a subsequent year. And again, it still restricts it for the following 2 years only. I don't know if that answers.
Thanks. I think that does explain it.
Are there any further questions from council? I'd like to open up the public hearing on this ordinance. This isn't the full budget ordinance, this is just to to establish the cap bank.
Kate Warren, Jefferson Road. So I just want to understand, so if it's banked and then the municipality needs to spend the funds, does that increase our taxes?
No, that's a good question. And again, if it's banked, that means it's not used in this current year's budget. Once you set this current year's budget, the appropriations cannot be increased except by a special action by the council to add a grant or something like that. But no, it does not change your tax base once you approve this. If we need it, that's only for subsequent approvals next year or the year after, those budgets, not this current year.
And then you said that there's still this bank from 2014. Does that go to the end of our fiscal year or to the end of the calendar year?
And again, those banks are available to use this year and only for this year's budget. The 2014 will go away every 2 years it drops off.
Thank
It
you.
only keeps them 2 years.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak from the public?
Kip Cherry, 24 Dempsey. I realize that this is only, the idea of it is just for emergencies, but I am concerned about an increase in taxes because we're talking about trying to keep Princeton affordable and maintain people with affordable housing, which is going to cost us money to create affordable housing, and I'm very concerned that there's a lot of squeezing going on. I realize that you're not planning to go beyond the budget, but, and I'm concerned that the budget already is causing an increase. But I think there's a temptation there, and I realize again that this is only for emergencies, but I think it leaves the taxpayers a little bit unprotected, that there could be something that you deem to be an emergency, and you could dip in then. So I just want to caution you on going beyond the budget for any reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Is there any further discussion on this ordinance?
Mayor?
Mr. Simon?
Maybe it would help to, in terms of answering the public's questions, in terms of if we pass this as proposed, after this budget, we don't have the 2014 bank anymore. We have the 2015, whatever's banked, and whatever's banked from this year that's not used. Ms. Weber, Ms. Monzo, do you actually have that amount which would sort of tell us what our percentage increase could be next year? Because the state limit would be 3.5%, right? So this would be over that by how much with what we've banked last year and this year if we pass the budget that we're proposing? Do we have that? We're passing a bank, but we're not using it this year, right? So we're banking that cap for potential future use. If we wanted to use all of that next year, from this year, and also all of last year's in next year's budget, what would our total increase be? Do we have that number? Basically, what have we banked? That's the question.
Well, I can tell you what the banks are that are left over from 2014 and 2015 that we did not use. 2014's cap bank was $1,300,000 and $1,352,000, and 2015's cap bank was $1,585,000. And it really just means that those are the portions that we were allowed to use and did not use. We actually had appropriations that came in that much amount under the cap for each one of those years.
Right, okay, so the 1.585 survives another year, and this also passes 1.293, right?
Right.
So that sum, the sum of those two numbers, about 2.8 million, is what's available above the normal cap as a result of the bank
That's correct.
ordinance. Thank you.
Well, also, since I've been elected, we've never used it. I mean, I think it's important to know that it's just for emergencies, right? When was the last time it was used?
And actually, it's really, I know everyone's saying for an emergency, it's really only used when you have a year where you have to exceed You have a budget, a big increase in the budget.
Right.
That has not happened. I don't foresee the use, but it's always prudent to have that available to you just in case there's something unforeseen. But we've been well below the cap for a number of years.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Mr. Crum-Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, the ordinance passes unanimously. And next, we're going to have a presentation by Scott Sillers, who's Chair of the Citizens Finance Advisory Committee. And while he's getting set up, want to thank the Citizens Finance Advisory Committee for the work that they do every year. I see some members here too, so thank you.
Good evening. Hi, is that better? There we go. We're going to present the budget and the results of the review of the finance policies for the year. I want to start off just with going through reviewing the changes that were made to the budget and the surplus projections since last Monday's budget presentation. It was noted that there was a material decline in the surplus projected for the year, and there was much discussion about whether action should be taken on that, and Councilman Miller had proposed that we solve $300,000 of the degradation in the surplus by increasing taxes by another $150,000 and by undertaking to reduce the actual spending during 2016 by $150,000 above and beyond what is in addition to what is already in the budget as far as spending goes. These savings these additional savings are not identified or reflected in the budget, but are to be realized over the course of the year. You can put something in the budget and not take action, and you won't have done any good. Alternatively, you could leave the budget as is and take the action and have accomplished the goal. And since we haven't identified exactly where it would go in the budget at this time, it was concluded that what we do is just leave it out of the budget, but undertake to find those savings and exercise on that over the course of the year. We also made modest changes to the projections based on further review. In particular, we increased revenue from lapsed appropriation reserves, which is technically monies that we didn't spend last year that we don't expect to have to use, and it's going to revert to revenues this year. That's based on a better estimate of where we are with last year's spending. And we also modestly decreased the assumed tax collection rate that's going to occur during 2016, which has the effect of decreasing tax revenues modestly. Translating those into numbers, the top box there shows what happened to the budget. We increased municipal taxes by $150,000. In order for that to flow right down to surplus, we have to reduce the appropriated surplus that we're going to use in the budget. Those are the two budget line items that will be affected by these proposed changes. All other aspects of the proposed budget are as they were in the original introduced budget. The projection assumption revisions are the lapsed appropriation reserve and the decrease in the tax collection rate, respectively, were $174,000 and $127,000 going in opposite directions from each other. So on the bottom box there on the left-hand side, we've got a summation of the budget as it was introduced, $6.1 million appropriated surplus, municipal taxes of $33,032,000, total appropriations of $61,938, gave us a change in surplus of $263,000 negative. After these revisions, the change in surplus is expected to improve by the change in surplus is expected to improve by $197,000 and to $65,000 negative. And over on the right-hand side, you can see the sources of those projected changes. $150,000 is from the tax increase, and $47,000 is from the net changes in the revenue assumptions. Pulling those all back into the current fund surplus projection that you've seen before, this is pretty much the same that you've seen before. I've just highlighted the numbers that are of note. We've got the municipal taxes increasing by $150,000 between into 2016, so they're going to go from $31,975 to $33,182. That's an increase of 3.8% from last year, of which I believe about 1% is expected to be attributable to changes in the assessed base, so the increase to the average taxpayer's bill will be 2.8% on the municipal portion. Previously, I think it had been projected to be the 3.8% before we increased taxes by $150,000. It projected to increase by 3.5%, so we bumped it up by 0.3%. And you can see down at the bottom the change in surplus from 2015 to 2016 goes from $681,000 negative decrease in surplus to $65,000 decrease in surplus in 2016 projected. I can't. I'm not in control of this machine. Just going back and stepping back and looking at the big picture, the total surplus that we've carried over the... Okay. Looking at total surplus that we've carried forward year in, year out, we've trended upwards for a number of years. We've made a concerted effort in starting about 10 years ago to increase surplus, and we've now pretty much plateaued out since just before consolidation, where we're carrying somewhere between 14.5 and 16 million in surplus year in, year out. And total surplus is then utilized. It's appropriated into fund balance, and the cushion, the amount that's not appropriated, becomes what's known as available surplus, and that's the real cushion that you've got over the course of the year that the rating agencies and everybody else looks at as your real disaster money, if something really, really bad happened in the world. And you can see how we've trended up in both the total surplus and the available surplus after the amount we've appropriated each year. And that will take us to the calculation that we've discussed a number of times, the one that the rating agency tracks, which is available surplus as a percent of your total budget, which they've cited as between 15 and 20% is the AAA range. And our policy says that we want to keep our budget at our surplus at between 50 to 20%, our available surplus, at between 15 to 20% of the budget. And you can see how we've increased over the recent years, and now are between 15 and 17%. We project we're going to be at 15.4% this year. Now, just drilling down into some of what's going on in the budget, the drivers of the budget and the details. These are the large items of change in the budget. The total appropriations are anticipated to increase $730,000 by 1.2% of the budget. That's right there. And the drivers in that really are the debt service, which has been increasing gradually, and we've expected that. It's increasing 2.5% this year. Anything above 1.5% we offset by bringing in a particular reserve that we set aside particularly for that reason. So that's not having an impact on the taxes above 1.5%, the 1.5% change. Employee group insurance and pensions are going up 5.6% and 6% respectively from 2015. And accrued vacation is going up by $110,000. That's a one-time special event that's occurring for unusual reasons, and that'll probably revert back down to the $50,000 level as it's been in the past. Salary and wages as a whole are going up only 0.2%. But when you look down below, I've got the salary and wage breakout there by key departments. We expect the police and dispatch to decrease by 1.3% and public works to decrease by 1.3%. That's a combination of retirees, of higher paid individuals that were at the top of their pay scale that are being replaced by people at the bottom of the range, with the new recruits that are coming in. That's kind of a side effect of consolidation going off onto the horizon as we wear off the higher seniority people, then are replacing them by people at the people at the lower end, the recruitment end of the pay scale as they come in. And then all other personnel are going up by 2.5%. That's a combination of a 1.5% assumed salary increase for all non-union personnel in the municipality, combined with a modest increase in headcount and position changes and the like. Now, the one thing that I just want to spend a minute on this slide on is that we expect, we don't have any control over, any great control over group insurance or pensions. So the increase of $244,000, $160,000, I would assume that those are going to continue. So we're going to have next year, anticipate another $400,000 increase in those line items. You can, everything else being flat, modest increase in debt service. If the if salary and wages start going up at a typical 2% type rate once we've gone through all the harmonization exercises, that'll be another roughly $350,000 in increases to the budget. So there's going to be some significant, not significant, but some material, normal upward pressures on the budget. And this is just the fact of life in municipal land, is that there's some costs that are going up quicker than others, and then staff costs tend to increase year in, year out, and that's something we've got to factor into our thinking. On the revenue side, the drivers there are getting to the 1.2% increase in the budget are, unfortunately, we've got all items that, other than taxes and surplus, declining, as we've discussed before. Appropriated surplus is going down slightly, and that's going down just so that we can add more cushion to the surplus, resulting in municipal taxes going up by 3.8%. So we are funding, we have to increase taxes by $1.2 million, which is, $470,000 more than spending is going up by, because revenues are not keeping pace elsewhere for a number of reasons. And then the pie chart at the bottom just, shows how much municipal taxes count towards our total appropriations, and that's the inverse effect of leverage that rising appropriations has on our taxes. We basically have to raise $2 for every dollar of increased appropriations. Now just shifting over to the financial policy review briefly for our look back at the last year. We've got 4 policies in place: a budget calendar policy, a surplus policy, a capital policy, and a debt policy. And I'll just take them in pieces. The budget calendar and the surplus policy, we were late on the budget calendar. We failed to introduce the budget by the February deadline. And we also, as part of that, did not provide the surplus analysis until very late in the game. And in my mind, that's why we had that surprise the last couple of weeks, was because the surplus analysis was not put in front of people at a time when they were initially reviewing the budget. Had that been introduced, we would have known that we were off on our projections from last year and needed to relook at what we were doing as far as maintaining our surplus this year. That in itself was for a number of reasons, part of which is just the transition between the township and the borough and a consolidated entity, and trying to work these policies into effective day-to-day practice. And as a result, the process of projecting the surplus is just got to be improved, and they both have to be done in a more timely fashion. I think that everybody's working towards that. It's just, one of those things that we've got to keep our eye on. We've already talked about the available surplus as a percent of budget appropriations down there at the bottom, but generally we are in good shape on surplus. On the debt and capital policies, we are observing them, but it's debatable whether we're observing the capital policy completely, in that each year we're supposed to introduce a 6-year capital plan that arguably is supposed to be in consonant with the debt policy, which basically would then say that you've got to anticipate that capital expenditures are not supposed to grow more than a certain level each year for the next 6 years. Well, our surplus, our capital expenditure plan has in outlying years all of the big ticket items that everybody's wished for over the years, and we have not reduced any of those, eliminated any of those, or deferred any of those. So they're all just hanging there in the outlying years of the capital budget. So we've got a $24 million out-of-balance capital plan, which I don't believe anybody really thinks is the real capital plan. So, take that as you will. It just tells us that we've got to keep focusing on prioritizing and timing of the big ticket items going on here, and that really takes, heavy discussion of long-term items by council and administration on a regular basis, and coming up with some action plans on these. The second concern connected with that is that as we've gotten capital budgets in each year, it looks like the maintenance capital items are growing by not immaterial amounts every year, and that needs to be watched very closely, because of what that's going to do is just going to start crowding into what's available to spend on the big ticket items, making it more difficult to afford those things. Or the alternative is that we've got to go back and be honest with ourselves and change the debt policy to make it so we can issue a larger amount of debt, which may mean higher taxes. So, that's the constant. That's why you guys get paid the big bucks, is what I've always said. This is just, I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. I'm just, that's what our job is here, to keep an honest picture on it, keep an honest voice on these matters. The municipal debt picture is looking fine. There are a number of different definitions of debt that we follow. The most important one in my mind is what we call general debt, which is the debt that's got to be funded straight by taxes or other current fund revenue items, not sewer-related debt or parking debt or anything like that. And that's declined from $76.8 million in 2013 to $72.5 million at the end of 2015. And that was anticipated. We expected that we've got heavy principal amortizations going on And that's actually what's causing our debt service to grow by more than 1.5% a year, is that we're obligated to make these principal payments. So we expected that this trend to occur. There's also enterprise-wide debt, which has got the parking debt and sewer debt in it, and then state-defined debt, which is basically got authorized but not issued debt in the number also. And that basically has got our debt and all of the capital authorizations that have been authorized but not either most likely probably not executed upon and not issued into debt at this time. Very last slide, just the general observations. Once again, this is a little bit of preaching to the choir. We think that there probably needs to be a longer horizon spent on the budget items, and that would start with doing basically a strategic focus on key departments, not all departments, but key ones where there could be some debate about whether the service is, whether or not it's worth the tax dollars spent, the service we're delivering, can it be delivered more efficiently, or is there another way to do it? Those things, they need to take place away from the pressure of a budget hearing at a time when people can really debate the merits of individual things. And I would suggest that you do it from the point of view of you have X dollars per department and you'd have no more. And this is how much you have to spend, and you got to figure out by department where you're going to, how you're going to maintain the service delivery. Or if you've got something else that you want to do, you got to figure out how you're going to justify taking it from somewhere else. The second thing is a revenue focus. You know, we spoke earlier about the fact that half of our revenues haven't been increasing. We've got to keep an eye out, long-term eye on growing non-tax revenues where feasible. And I think that we've got to go back to the departments that have outside sources of revenues and basically establish a policy, some sort of policy that I would then communicate out to them before budget season starts, if this is what you feel is correct, that if you want to increase your spending, you got to find your own money. Don't come to us ask for more, because we have other items we've got to take care of. And then the last piece, which we've talked about and started some work on at CFAC, is just ratables growth, and how do we make sure that we've got a strategic plan, a long-term plan in place to make sure that the ratables are growing at a rate that can then help support the budget. And then the last piece, it's kind of expense focus, but it really couples with the first, the department focus, and that's, you got to just keep an eye on expenses. And one way that may make the surplus analysis a lot easier and the process a lot easier is to start budgeting and tracking off of the actual results from prior years, and not budget off of prior year's budgets, because then we really have very little idea what's really going on in each department and whether you can cut something by $10,000, because everybody's got a little cushion here and a little cushion there in every little line item of the budget. It's understandable how you get there because of the state mandates of how the budgeting process should work, but I think it would behoove us to separate the state-mandated budget from a true bottoms-up budget. And I'm not talking about zero-based budgeting. I'm just saying, what did we actually spend last year, and how can we improve that? What do we think we're going to spend this year? And I don't think that is a very hard exercise to put in place once you get the commitment to do it. And that's the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Krumler?
Yeah, I have a question about the surplus. I'm really struck by the chart. Thank you so much for this information about that the surplus is actually higher than it was in previous years. And is there I also remember that in the borough, we didn't have a AAA rating. I forget, is it just, we had double A plus. Is there any difference in a double A plus versus triple in the amount of surplus that's required? Do you know? I mean, would that make...
They have never, they don't define the things that closely.
Okay. I was just wondering why, I mean, for one thing, I was wondering, I remember that I learned at that time that half of a rate, or what, you know, didn't actually affect much. It didn't really affect the borrowing interest rate.
The one time it did affect things was in 2008, when the only people that could possibly go to the market at all was Princeton Township, because they had a AAA rating. Nobody else could go. It was accessibility.
Okay, so it did matter.
Yeah, it was you got the money or you didn't get the money. It wasn't that it cost you a quarter of a point more.
Okay, so I was just wondering about all this.
It would also matter in a higher interest rate yield environment, because the lower rating would, you would be required to pay more if you could get it. But it's de minimis between a double A plus and...
Right, yeah. Right. So I was just wondering why the surplus was lower in those years. Was that a conscious decision on, I mean, and...
Well, I think Bernie has talked about it,
Yeah.
that
If we went back
township had a little bit of a
further years
downward
back,
spiral.
the township led their surplus down, and once you start on a trend, it's very, very difficult to reverse it. And Bernie, I'm speaking on your playbook now, but there was a conscious effort made by the township to start reversing that trend and bringing it back up. And that's what happened in the early 2000s.
When we looked at this last week, there were forecasts for 2017 and 2018. And the forecasts for 2017 and 2018 showed further decreases in the surplus. And I realize that forecasting 2 and 3 years out is a bit problematical, but the fact that the surplus continued to decrease in the out years, I think got some of us up here a little more concerned than what I'm looking at now. I mean, what I'm looking at now in the total surplus, in effect, shows a slight decrease from the peak value of the total surplus, and shows that we're skirting toward the bottom of the range that we accepted from the CFAC as the desired range for the surplus. Why did you take them off of your chart?
There are a couple of reasons. They were basically just formulas on a spreadsheet when we looked at them. And as we dove into the very details on the formulas for 2016 alone, we concluded that we were off by $175,000 on one item in one direction and $147,000 off on another item in another direction. And we did not want to spend the time just going into that in the outlying years. What I had said earlier when I went through this presentation was that between insurance and pension and salary and wages, that in and of itself will be up $750,000. We also know from last week that that we expect that we're going to have $700,000 less revenue out of the reserve accounts next year. So we're going to come in with a budget that versus this year is $1.4 million. It needs funding of $1.4 million additional dollars if nothing else changes. Now, I don't know that you really need any more than that as far as by way of forecast. Everything else is subjective.
I'm not suggesting that I need more than that. What I am saying is that the data was there last week. I think a number of us raised concerns about the trend in the surplus, and the trends were much more evident when those out years were in the information that was presented as well. And admittedly, I mean, forecasting 2 and 3 years out, no matter how you do it, there's a big error band associated with it. And I think that, I don't think that I was raising an alarm unnecessarily when I looked at the picture based upon roughly 2012 on through to 2018, rather than the picture that I'm looking at now.
No, I don't think that you were off base on it, Bernie. I think that we've addressed this year, but we know that next year, particularly as the savings and consolidation are tapped out, we're going to be back into the same old environment where we've got to stay very, very much on top of our costs. Otherwise, it'll be very easy for us to get in a negative trend. I think right now we're pretty much neutral. I might add that of that $60,000 negative, that excluded the anticipated savings that we're going to get through the $150,000 in cost cuts. So that'll bring it positive, and that presumably will repeat year in and year out going forward. So we've handled $150,000 of the problem there. We've handled $150,000 of the problem through the increase in taxes this year that presumably will carry forward. So there's $300,000. I think that, I can't remember, what was it, about $800,000 next year? So now we have $500,000 left to work on for next year.
Mr. Simon, do you have a comment?
Right, so Bernie, to maybe address your question slightly differently, but I think it's pretty much the same thing Scott's saying, is he and I actually talked about the projections for the next couple of years, and the long and short of it is we don't trust them. And Scott just gave the short version for next year, $1.4 million if nothing else changes, which, by the way, would be a larger tax increase than this year. That could be offset by a number of ways, by spending cuts, also by other types of revenue increases, or by growing the revenue base. So we are, for example, looking at fee increases for parking, and that, in theory, could contribute to that differential as well. Scott, if you wouldn't mind flipping to slide 3. That one, yeah. So the change in surplus, that 263 under as introduced, that's as introduced as we understood it last week. The revenue assumptions in that right-hand box there are independent of whether we change the budget. And I guess, Kathy or Sandy, please correct me if I get this wrong, but so even if we don't amend the budget, the 263 we'd subtract 47 from it, and the surplus would go down by about 216. And
Say that again.
the as introduced, the bottom number, that 263 there, that's also as understood a week ago. Yeah, so even if we don't amend the budget today, the revenue assumptions, that 47,290 in the right-hand box there, those are refinements to our estimate. They have nothing to do with whether we amend the budget or not. And so that 263, we should really, it's a negative number, so we should add 47 to it, which means that the negative number should now be 216 is where the surplus would go if we don't touch the budget that we've already got introduced. Just so people are clear on that, because there's two changes in those two columns. It's the tax increase and the revenue assumptions, but the revenue assumptions are not dependent on any modification to the budget. I just wanted to clarify that. And if we go to the next slide, this is where, Bernie, we had actually a 2017 and a 2018 as of last week, and I think I'll sort of append to what Scott said in terms of our process failure. In addition to the surplus projection coming in late, we also are at a point now where we had hoped to be able to have a projection that we at least approximately trust a couple of years out, and we don't really have that. So other than the quick calculation that Scott just ran through for us for next year, which is already enough to sound an alarm because it says the increase would be even larger than this year, we don't have numbers that we trust for 2017 and 2018.
Why do you say you don't trust them?
Well, because when they scrubbed the numbers for this year, they found errors in the neighborhood of 100,000 plus in a couple line items, and we actually debated a few items that would be several $100,000 in the outlying years, and they're not fully reflected in the last spreadsheet I see.
I'd like to add to that, Patrick. The recommendation to go to budgeting off actual numbers going forward would make the surplus projections a lot easier, because a lot of the confusion comes from the fact that you're dealing with a lot of lapsed appropriation reserves that you don't really know where they're coming from. So it just creates additional level of uncertainty over future projections.
But Scott, when you're operating off trying to budget off the actual, I mean, it seems to me the refrain that I heard a lot earlier this year when we were trying to get the budget together was, we don't have the numbers yet, not all the bills are in. So how can you budget off the actual when this budgeting process, you'd be budgeting off a number 2 years ago? Because when departments were starting this budget process some months ago, we weren't close to the final numbers for 2015.
Well, I think it somewhat depends on what the information system is capable of doing. But if you were to take a snapshot of where you were in October of a year and then October of the next year, you'd have actuals for 10 months for each year, and you could look at that. Also, the numbers really don't move that much year in, year out. As we saw, we've hardly had any spending changes overall in the non-salary and wage categories. So you really could budget off of, do 2016 off of 2014 and probably not be that far off.
Yeah.
And we already know where we are on head count, and we know where we are on salary and wages, and as a result, the only modest thing we don't know is what the actual health care costs are. Pension numbers, they're almost in now for 2017.
I have one more question on the slides. That's on slide 12. I think this might be for Sandy or Kathy. I might be putting you guys on the spot a little bit here. The ADS, actually, first question for you, Scott. None of these numbers include the schools, right? This is just municipality? All right, so the ADS has a gross debt, if I recall correctly, of about 134 million, excluding the schools. Do we know what the difference is versus the 118 here? Sandy or Kathy? I'm sorry, that's the annual debt statement. Sorry.
If you look at when you look at the box on that, I'm going to do the geography here, but if you look at the box on page 1 of the ADS schedule, the bottom left-hand box has 138. Then there's a reduction of roughly $20 million coming down to $118 million. That $20 million is for stuff that's in reserve for cash reserves held for those debt items already. It appears later in the schedule.
I see. So this is after the reserves.
Right. Okay. Right. I figure that cash is there for dedicated in the source, so it doesn't really count as debt anywhere. Doesn't even count in their calculations.
Are there any more questions for Scott? And I just want to remind everybody, Scott's a citizen volunteer. Sometimes we treat him like staff, so thank you. It's invaluable.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if there's no further comments or questions from council at this point, I'd like to open up the public hearing on the budget, and I would just encourage everybody, if they want to make comments about the amendment that is going to be proposed after the public hearing, that this would be a good time to make your comments about that, and that is to the adjustment of the $150,000. Yes, so this will be the time to make just all the public, any comment you want to make about the budget, now is the time to do it. Yep, Mr. Simon?
Are we going to have council discussion before we go to the public?
I think, well, the way it's listed here is that we'll do the public hearing, and then we'll bring it back to council to vote on the amendment, and then vote on the adoption of the budget.
Right, but even on the public hearing, don't we usually have comments from council before we go to?
Yeah, I was asking if there's any
Yes, okay,
questions
so-
or comments before we open up the public hearing.
Yes, so what I would like my colleagues to be thinking about, as well as the $150,000, is also the discussion from last week, whether or not we want to change Access Princeton, whether we want to reset the library increase, which is currently larger than the average increase for this municipality. That's at $63,000. The presentation we just saw from Scott is encouraging us to make it zero, because they have external sources of funding. If we wanted to make it the same as the rest of the municipality, it would increase by about 16,000 less, if I did the calculation right, about 47,000 instead of 63,000. And then the last thing is the suggestions from Councilwoman Howard toward the end of that discussion last week about maybe a hiring freeze or a hiring rollback. I would offer something sort of in the same vein, but not quite that, which might be a sort of an across-the-board cut of 0.5% or 1% or something like that, which might be a little bit easier to absorb, although frankly the department heads would maybe not agree with me on that. But
Wait, can you clarify?
so, yeah, if we subtract the contingencies in our appropriations, our budget's around $56 million. So if we said we wanted a 0.5% cut sort of across the board, you'd divide that $56 million by 100, then by half, which would be about $280,000. And that would, I'm fairly certain that would force the staff to go back and figure out how to do that, and we wouldn't be able to pass the budget tonight, but we'd be appropriating less. And the question is whether or not we want to tackle that this year and, risk the 1 point on the state checklist, given the concerns that we've raised. And I'm suggesting that versus the other ideas because I think it's a little bit more controlled and more manageable, although I won't say it's trivial. It's not. It's still going to be an exercise for the staff to work through. So those are just some ideas I want to throw out for my colleagues and for members of the public to react to as we have this public hearing.
Okay. Anybody else from council? Okay. Okay. With that, I'd like to open up the public hearing. Ms. Simon, you had signed up earlier, so if you want to start, that's fine. And then if you're interested in speaking, please feel forward to come to the microphone. We do have the timer again. I recognize it's late, but we want to make sure we hear from everybody, and I know there's other things on the agenda too, so.
Thank you. Ann Neumann, 22 Alexander Street. I feel like after Mr. Sillers, I feel like I'm going to be talking about rainbows and puppies. But I appreciated Ms. Howard's suggestion last week that you consider a temporary hiring freeze, perhaps a very temporary one. You could use the time to call for the study Mr. Sillers mentioned, I think he mentioned, of whether we're providing both efficient and effective services. For example, as I understand it, the Rogers Group was asked not to look at police numbers. Do any of you know whether we need less police than we have or more? Do any of you know whether we need less municipal employees than we have or more? Listening to you trying to decide where to save $300,000 last week or even half of $300,000 convinced me that a study would be helpful not only of our effectiveness, but of which services we offer compared to similar New Jersey towns. I would be convinced of this even if I hadn't read a US 1 article recently on the subject of our budget. But why not also consider increasing revenue? And somewhat predictably for me, I realize I mean the university. Since you've hired Martin Allen as your attorney in dealing with the case questioning Princeton University's tax-exempt status, why not make more use of him than you may have? I don't really know what use you've made of him so far. The nature of the lawsuit has changed from particular assessments our tax assessor may have made on particular university buildings to a much more general question. Does Mr. Allen feel that our tax assessor and therefore we ourselves still need to be defendants in the suit? If not, why don't we join it? That way we could participate in structuring any settlement, and I'm convinced there will be a settlement to benefit our town as much as possible. Thank you. I mean, I didn't mention, but I think we all realize that it's important to control taxes in order to preserve Princeton's rapidly disappearing diversity in age, income, and ethnicity. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you appreciate that as well.
Kip Cherry, 24 Dempsey. I have some comments about the capital budget. That's going to be next, right? We're not doing that right now? The capital budget? So that's going to come up next as an ordinance?
Ordinances.
Are you referring to the bond ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Bond ordinance.
later, that's in the next section.
Okay,
Oh,
right.
she's talking about the capital budget.
Are you talking about the capital plan or the bond ordinance?
Well, I'm talking actually about the bond ordinance, but I'm extremely concerned about that and what that is reflecting on the budget. As I mentioned before, we're trying to keep our town affordable, and now we have a 3.5% increase, and I think the possibilities for even bigger increases down the road because of the bond in the capital budget. So I would support an across-the-board cut, quite frankly. I know that would be very painful, but I think we're headed in the wrong direction here. And we're trying to figure out ways to make the town affordable, and we're going to be spending money on affordable housing. And I just feel like we really need to stay within our means. Now, our tax base has been increasing, obviously not enough, because you're talking about a 3.5% tax increase, which is beyond the increase in revenues from an increase in the value of our tax base. Am I correct in that? So I think Patrick is onto something. I think that we should be looking at an across-the-board cut. Thank you.
Kate Warren, Jefferson Road. So I know I'm misreading this, but what does this equate to for the average taxpayer homeowner in town? What is the increase in our taxes at this 3.5%? And does the $150,000 increase you're talking about affect that number as well?
Mr. Shield, can you?
Sure. On the average household, this budget with the amendment would come out to about an increase of $129.
And what number are you using for the average home?
The average home is $810,000.
Thanks very much.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak as part of the budget public hearing? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to council. Is there a motion to approve the amendment or that's listed here, 16-115, or is there additional discussion before we do that?
I'd actually like to move a separate amendment simply to force some discussion about priorities. And so I'd like to move that we amend the budget to reduce the library's appropriation by $63,000, which is the increase for this year, so they would be flat. That's basically just so we discuss whether to do what we've currently got in the budget, whether to make it flat, whether to increase it the same as the rest of the municipality. And then, so I move that to amend the budget for that.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay.
To ask, Trishka, I'm a member of the Friends of the Princeton Public Library. Should I recuse myself from this discussion? That's the nonprofit advisory board that helps raise funds for the library.
Sorry. I believe this question's come up in the past, and conflict opinion was issued. Unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that the opinion at the time was that you did need to recuse yourself, but I'm going on memory on something I read a couple of months ago.
I don't recall ever having a specific pulling out the budget like this, so, but in the abundance of caution, I will recuse myself.
Well, of course, if the budget's not amended on this item, but I mean, certainly in terms of whether to amend the budget with respect to the library, you need to recuse yourself from that.
I have a similar question. My wife is a trustee of the
Yes,
library.
you would have the same conflict. Mayor Lempert, on the other hand, does not, because you're on there by statute.
Sorry, that wasn't intended.
I borrowed a book once.
I may have a conflict in giving you this opinion, because I think I was a member at some point in my youth.
So are you
I'm gonna recuse
are you
myself,
both recusing then? Okay. Okay, so is there further discussion?
Well, so the current proposed increase is 63,000. And that equates to about 1.5% increase over the amount that is provided this year. The rest of the municipal budget, with that subtracted out, is going up by about 1.2%. And if we use that fraction for the library, it would be 47,000 increase. And the third alternative, which is the one I've put on the table as the amendment, is to follow the advice from CFAC and say, look, they've got external funding, ask them to fund their increase for this year, and we'll hold our contribution flat. So those are the three options that are available to us. And I've moved the amendment the way I have, largely simply to force discussion. I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Well, excuse me. I thank you for looking for ways to try to preserve the budget, but I do think that we just sat here about an hour ago or hour and a half ago, and we spoke about the social programs that the library will be having, and the internship that we're speaking about starting. They're about to have major construction done on the second or third floor, which they basically raised about $3 million to do. There's many programming events that are happening at the library, and we're trying to do more. It's very difficult to sit up here and to say, let's slash someone's budget without looking at what the effect of that budget will actually do. And I've said that last time we were up here, and I'll say it again. It just seems kind of strange and ludicrous to sit up here and cut anyone's budget without looking at the ramifications. I know, it's numbers, and I know that the numbers have to make sense, but at the same time, I don't know what the effect is going to have on the library by doing that. And I can't see cutting programming, especially, there's a very few places in town that's welcoming everyone, and that's one of them. So, I mean, that's the last place for me to go start cutting the budget at the library. They do a ton of work for everybody. I mean, I don't know what effect that's going to be, so I will vote no, just so you know. And it's nothing against what you're trying to do, I agree, but it just seems like this is a wrong thing to do at this point.
To either version?
I mean,
Yes, I just can't see, I just see the version of cutting where it's flat. The 63,
What about the same as the rest of the town?
right, keeping it the same as...
Making
Because
the
it
increase the same as the rest of
Right,
the
it
town
increased
budget.
more than I mean, I hear you, Lance. I mean, I have some of the same frustration with this process, and so I'm thinking, maybe we should defer this budget, I mean, and have some discussions, and have the library talk to us too. Like, what was the, I don't remember hearing a detailed discussion about why they needed more of an increase, and maybe we should have asked that earlier. But maybe we should, talk about some of these issues now and talk about them again, and give the library, and maybe any other cuts that we're talking about, we could prepare ourselves for another meeting, because it seems like every year we get to the budget and then it's too late to talk about reducing costs, and we just never reduce costs. That's what it feels like to me.
One of the things we did differently this year was we had the Finance Committee, and I think it'd be helpful if everybody sort of understood the process of, I assume the Finance Committee was going through some of these proposals and looking at where there might be savings, and did you look at the library? Were you looking at other places? And
We did. I actually would prefer our colleagues are at least in the room so that they'd hear that discussion, because they're not recused on the entire discussion, just on the library line. But I don't know if there's a way to do that.
I think
what I could do is I could play it back when they're back in the room. But the Finance Committee, to Scott Siller's point about looking at the departments, we took input from anybody on council who provided it, added our own, and considered all of the following. We considered the freebie, the composting program, land acquisition for open space, software license costs for several different programs, Access Princeton, the website, Corner House, the Health Records Department, Princeton Senior Resource Center, the vehicle inventory, and the library. Many of the items we discussed, there seemed to be generally good agreement, and it got into the budget. The items that we talked about last week and that we're talking about now are items where some of us are not satisfied. So we've got an issue where we don't have full consensus on council. The only way to resolve it is to have a decision in a public meeting like this. So that's what I'm trying to push.
But wait, what happened in the meeting on all of these things? Like every single one, there was not...
There was discussion, and administration took our concerns and applied them or didn't apply them to the budget, and we reviewed their reasoning and were reasonably satisfied. We could go through each of them line by line if you wanted to.
But I think the other thing that we did, a big part of that process, as you're all aware, and I think you've all seen drafts of the original budget. In that original budget, the expenses were upwards of $2 million. We did some very serious look at the budget, looked at all of the concerns that they had. We may not have necessarily dealt with all of the issues in terms of making reductions, but we found other places where we can make reduction. There was a lot of work in terms of making reductions in this budget. They may not have reflected exactly what people were looking for at this point, but to get the budget down from that $2 million to what we have this year, which is, if you really look at it, we've got a budget where we're coming in with salary and wages, we're only up $32,000. I mean, we brought the budget in terms of the expense side, we brought the budget in at a pretty good level. The issue that we're dealing with is really, a lot of the issues are revenues. We've kind of talked about that in terms of the surplus end of this. So there's a lot of work put into kind of getting the budget to where it is at this point, and I thought what we brought forth to council was a budget that really wasn't in good shape in terms of the expenditure side of the budget.
I'm sorry, Mark, you said it was in good shape?
Was.
So you feel like you cut it to the bone as much as possible?
And to Jenny's question, there must have been a reason why the library's portion was larger. Do you know?
That's the other thing I want to mention. In terms of the increase in the library, that was the salary and wage portion, and I believe they just mirror what percentage we give our employees, and that was the increase in the budget this year.
Okay, why was it so much higher percentage-wise?
What he's saying is our salary and wages for people year over year is 1.5. The rest of our salary and wage movement is due to savings. Or, retirements or et cetera, right? So.
Because our budget only went up 1.2%
I see.
in total.
I would recommend that we keep the conversation, I just want to just reiterate what Mr. Simon said, that we keep it to the library, and I think I'd like to bring our colleagues back in. So I would call the question that...
They've missed some valuable conversation. Well, I want to respond to what Lance said. I appreciate that the library has raised a fair amount of capital on their own, both when the building was built and for the recent renovation. But what we heard tonight is the social services are in response to something the staff wants. I mean, everything in the budget is something that somebody wants, but we can't keep expanding indefinitely without hurting the very people that...
Well, I just want to clarify, too, that position is no cost, because it's a student.
No, and I totally agree. What I'm saying is different. I'm saying the process of how you look at a budget and the process of cutting, to me, this is the wrong way of doing it. I don't have anything in front of me to see what this is going to do. I mean, what if, I'm just saying, what if this cut eliminated someone's position at the library? I don't know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the process is not fair. That's all I'm saying.
Well, this is what's going to happen. Every single department that we want to talk about is going to... You know what? We need to vote on this library so they can stay for this discussion. This is a broad...
I would like to call the question. So, did you...
Can I just, I haven't heard from everybody on whether they're comfortable with no increase or the same as the rest of the municipality, or what we've already got on the...
Well, you know what? I might vote for any of those options, but I might do it in the context of a broader discussion. So I wish you hadn't moved that right now. I mean...
Well, given their conflict, I think we have to kind of do it this way, right? I mean, that's...
Right. So, does anybody...
So I'm asking whether I should leave the motion the way I've got it, or change it to flat, or if people want me to withdraw it. I don't feel like I have enough feedback to know the answer to that. Jenny seconded it.
I'd be willing to keep it at the same as the municipality.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to amend the amendment to propose that the increase to the budget for the library is $47,000 over last year, which is, actually, the way I'll do it, just so it's simple for you guys, is $16,000 less than what it is in the current introduced budget. That'll be close enough. I'm moving to amend the budget that way. 16,000 less.
I'll second that.
And that gives the same raise to the library that the municipal budget is increasing.
Right, I understand that. I mean, the one question I'd put back to council is, how do we expect the library to plan its budget when we're coming up with how much we're increasing the budget at this moment, and they've already gone through their budget planning earlier?
Did we actually get a library budget to consider? I don't recall seeing one that we could review.
You should have received one, yes.
Typically how it's worked is, I understand what council's saying, but typically how the arrangement has been more recently is that if we do a increase for our employees, then that is matched at the library. So if we do a 1% increase, the library would offer its employees a 1% increase, and the municipality would help the library with that 1%. And maybe that's a policy we want to change.
But do we never get any advantage of the same thing that we're having here, that people retire and people are brought in at lower levels? I mean, if...
It should be. You should see that.
Right.
Right. So I've made the motion to reduce the appropriation by $16,000 even for the library. And
okay. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard recused. Ms. Butler? Or I'm sorry, Ms. Crummiller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller recused. Mr. Liverman?
No.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
and Mr. Simon.
Yes.
Okay, the amendment passes. Now we can invite back Heather and Bernie. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, the way I'm reading the statute, and I did, and Kathy reads it the same way, you need 4 votes to pass the amendment.
Okay,
All
so
right, then the amendment fails then.
Yes.
Even though it got the majority, it was only 3, not 4. The statute speaks to a majority of the full membership of the body, so that's 4
Well,
votes.
let's find out going forward whether somebody who's a member of the Friends really has to recuse. There's no financial,
That was the prior opinion that was given.
So it failed.
Okay, so I want to clarify, because that was confusing for everybody. So even though the vote was 3-1, it failed because it needed 4 votes to pass.
Well, we don't have.
That is
yes.
according to our attorney, because it's the statute is written as of the full body.
The full membership of the governing body, not the full authorized membership, the full membership.
Okay. All right, so next, are there any further amendments before we take up 16-115?
Well, I'll simply ask, does anybody want to talk about a 0.5% across-the-board cut, or do we want to defer that discussion and just go with the proposal from last week to look for 150,000 in savings off budget later?
Well, I'm a little bit frustrated because I do think that every time we want to have a discussion of any substance about anything, we're going to get the sort of pushback that we heard tonight, that we heard last week. And so, I think maybe doing an across-the-board cut, assuming that our priorities are set relatively, maybe that is the fairest thing to do. Nick Sutter is here. I thought Ann Neumann brought up an interesting point. I know Heather talked about a hiring freeze last week. We haven't had a review of police staffing since consolidation, and I know that there were some recommendations that during the consolidation study, there were various options that were lower than this number, correct?
Right. The options report from the Consolidation Commission, the police committee, which actually Bernie Miller could speak to better than I, landed on 51, which is where we're at. The smallest option that they put on the table was a 46. And that committee felt that that was cutting too close. There was no room for error in that. And I would say the TNT I would characterize as the same. So,
well, TNT only looked at the 1 year and then sort of got weak-kneed, I think, that you just didn't know how it was going to work out, but now we've had a few years. I guess, what are the sacred cows? If we really feel like we need to look at the budget, there's going to be pain no matter where you go, but there's also pain from doing nothing and increasing it to balance the budget, so.
Ms. Howard?
Sorry to come in midstream, but Patrick, to pick up where you were on terms of I wanted to react to the across the board, because it's an intriguing idea, right? In some ways, did you say an amount? You said?
1/2 which would be about $280,000.
I mean, in some ways it's intriguing because I think your point is that you would you would assume every department would figure out how to implement that, right? I mean, when I worked in Trenton, I dealt with that. We would get that kind of an edict, and the problem is that it's a pretty blunt instrument, right? And and it doesn't take into account varying priorities and where you have where needs change even within a year, right? And so the reason I liked the hiring, I mean, I'll just put it on the table again. The hiring freeze is. I don't know that it would be a hard hiring freeze. I mean, we're not saying because Deanna gets promoted, we can't replace her old job. Congratulations, you have no staff, right? But I think it would be setting a rebuttable presumption in the sense that every new hire rose to a higher level and had to be justified, and it starts to constrict a bit in a way that we haven't done before. We sometimes feel like we find out that there have been new hires, and we find out after, or my frustration that after a grant ends, we hire, and so this doesn't go through that kind of a rigorous review of, is this really a priority? But I think the problem is, I don't know how you score a hiring freeze, right? I mean, it becomes a problem because you don't know when you're going to actually implement it, but it does, it creates the discipline of every department having to justify a new hire every time, and then, if we approve a new hire in engineering, it's because there's been a review of what the need is, and how many projects there are, and how many applications coming in, and how the staffing is done. So I find that idea attractive, even if it doesn't produce an immediate scorable saving, because it imposes some discipline. I don't know, I'm looking at staff to see if, how much it freaks people out. I mean, Mark, maybe you want to weigh in on the different tools, and what's the problem with across the board is that it just doesn't, it actually hurts everybody equally, which is probably not what we want to do, because we have priorities, not everything is equal, and that causes that problem, and you'd rather be more systematic, but then I hear Councilwoman Butler's point is that, we have yet to then find the places where we actually make the cuts, so, but a little bit of the discipline on the hiring, and, we've just hired, I think you make a good point, Joe, that, on the police, we've now settled into a good place with the department, and may now be the time to revisit the 51, as we've been revisiting the structure. We know that not everything in the consolidation report, and the Consolidation Commission report, none of that is sacred once we're enough years out that we have experience we can learn from. But Mark, from your perspective, say sort of hiring freeze versus an across-the-board cut, versus just telling you find X amount, which is fairer and which is better to implement?
Quite frankly, I find the cross to the board is the worst way to kind of manage your budget, because at the end of the day, we've got to realize all the dollars that we're talking about, the numbers that we're talking about here are services. And that's the decision you have to make, is what services are we going to do without? Because when you start talking about just, it may seem like it's just dollars, but those dollars translate to how we provide service to the citizens. The real question to ask, are there services that we no longer want to provide, or we want to provide in a different way? That's the real question. I think sometimes we get we look at the numbers and think that the numbers are just numbers. They're not. They're really services. So you definitely don't want to do across-the-board cuts. They just we'll end up, paying for it later on down the road in terms of across-the-board cuts. I think what you have to do is identify, are there areas in which, or service levels that you're willing to say, you know what, this is not worthwhile. But if the services are worthwhile, then we've got to, we provide a great service here in Princeton to our residents. And that requires, the number of employees we have, the resources we have to provide those services. So I think it's really important that we keep that in mind when we're talking about it's just not the dollars that you see here. In terms of the hiring freeze, and again, what I would say there, it's a tool and something we've already kind of started in the Personnel Committee, and I think everyone's seen that. We can be more rigorous in it, and I think that's not a bad thing, to be more rigorous about the process of each time and providing council with additional information when we do that. But I think we've gone through that process as a subcommittee. Every time there's a new hire, we have some discussions about that and replacement. So I think we're on that process. There's nothing wrong with, more vigor in everything that we do. The other thing I'd like to say is, in terms of just the process moving forward, we need to be strategic about what we're doing in terms of service level. So what I would challenge council to do is, let's look at, are we providing the right services that citizens want? If we are, we just need to concentrate on just providing those services more efficiently.
Can I, and I would also, I agree, and please hear me, I agree with Councilman Simon, I agree with Councilwoman Butler, I agree with Councilwoman Howard. I do agree about savings, and I do agree, and I don't agree the sacred cows. I don't. to me, I can't see why we can't ask our department heads, if we're looking at cutting, to tell them that Princeton needs a reduction somehow. Every department head will come back with what area that they can reduce and still function. And I can't see why we can't do something like that, just to start. I mean, there's ways that we can work to make this work. I mean, people do it all the time in their homes. In their homes, they do that. You know, if you want to buy, if you have a budget, and if you bring in this much, you can only spend this much, so you make it work. And I'm just asking, I'm not saying we shouldn't, I agree with you, but I'm saying the process. There's other ways of doing this.
But, Lance, we get by the budget. You know, like some of this, I think we're being a little provocative just to have the discussion, but we get by the budget, and then everybody, you know, we move on, and then next month we're adding additional spending, you know, services to, you know, we heard from Bernie tonight, we've got no money set aside for the Emerald Ash Borer as far as I can figure. You know, we have some huge things that are not even accounted for in this budget, and, you know, but everybody's going to want to address the problem next month. And I feel like this is what happened to us last year. The minute we said, oh, we need to do more about revenues, and then we got to April and started to pass things that were kind of business unfriendly. So,
Or we talked about, you know, eliminating the parking validation at the library, and got a lot of pushback, right?
fine. I mean, if we're going to do this, we got to put on the big boy pants and make some tough decisions.
That was
That's all.
$100,000, right? For $2 of validating, yeah.
So the proposal from Councilman Miller last week was that we adjust the budget by $150,000, which is already reflected in the presentation and in the amendment in our packet. And then we try to find another $150,000 afterward and save that so that we improve on the projection.
Right.
And I assume that's net. So, and the reason I'm saying that is because when I'm looking through the budget and hearing the discussion on what we've already done and what expenses we should anticipate, I think there's two, and you correct me if I've got this wrong, that where the budget is probably underfunding the department. So the first is Emerald Ash Borer, the trees. I took a look while Councilman Miller was giving his presentation, and our AFS, we have a balance of about $36,000. I assume that's not enough to fund what we have to do with the ash trees this year. And I assume we're going to have to start this year. We can't wait till next year. Is that correct?
I thought it was 17 he's looking at.
Excuse me, I think I said that I expect that the Shade Tree Commission will appear before council this year with proposals to go into the 2017 budget.
So we don't expect any heavy hit on the budget?
I do not expect that, unless there is much more of an emergency and much more of an immediate problem, existing problem, than I can anticipate. I don't see the Shade Tree Commission coming to council with a proposal for the Emerald Ash Borer for 2016 budget. It'll come in under the 2017 budget. There are other problems that the Shade Tree Commission is dealing with, namely a great number of dead and dying trees that line our roadway, line our trails in the parks, and you're right, the money that is in the Shade Tree Fund or Shade Tree Reserve isn't going to cover the removal of all of those, and there may be some discussion as the year progresses about finding some money to get at particular trees that are considered to be dangerous. But it will be that, not a major plan for the emerald ash tree, and the Commission understands that that Council will make a decision on how this will be dealt with. And it could very well be that we say, the hell with it. You know, let the emerald ash borer have its way, and we deal with dead trees. Or we do something in terms of a program to fight back against the emerald ash borer. But that's going to be a council decision.
All right, and so what you said about the other trees, it would be relatively small amounts in terms of dollar amounts. Is that a fair understanding?
It will probably be a tree-by-tree basis, yes.
All right, so the other place where what we've already done this year would add, I think, to the budget, I don't think it's in there, and you correct me if I got this wrong, is the historic preservation. The new district, you had given us an estimate of a half FTE. Is that in the budget, or is that not?
That is not in the budget.
So that half FTE would translate to what, about, on a prorated basis going forward, about, what, $30,000 or $40,000 for the rest of the year? Does that sound about right, or is that a little?
And one of the things that we were looking at, I would guess if we were to bring in a halftime party, one of the things that we were looking at, as I indicated at the last meeting, there is some capacity with Access Princeton that would cover that part-time position.
Okay, so if we were interested in that, what you just said, can we use the budget as it's currently proposed to cover that, or do we need to amend the budget to take some funding from the customer service program and put it under historic preservation so that?
What I'm proposing is it wouldn't change. What would happen is those services can be provided at Access Princeton. You would not change the budget at all. What you would do is that FTE could provide the services, some of the services that we would need through historic preservation. And they would still serve in Access Princeton.
And we can do that even though it's not under the historic preservation line item in the budget?
Correct.
Ms. Howard, did you have a question?
I mean, that's what I took away from the discussion last week, Mark, that if we allow you the flexibility to use Access Princeton, that's one reason not to cut Access Princeton, is that you can use them as a surge capacity.
Correct.
In historic preservation, when there's a surge, other surges as such as there may be, right? It allows that. If we cut that, then we have no opportunity to do that. I mean, I wanted to go back, and Scott made an interesting suggestion, which is the departments that have outside revenue, are they maximizing that outside revenue to support their efforts, right? I think that was, am I describing that? So how quickly could we make that happen where, and Jenny and I were just saying, that we know an effort is underway on the parking fees that have not been raised, that have not been adjusted in 6 years. But in terms of the efforts of different departments to be more self-sustaining, those that can be, how quickly could we do that? Could we start an effort there?
And again, what I will say is a lot of the things, in terms of once we talked last week about the additional $150,000, we've already started looking at, one, we're working on the parking fees. There's some fees on the agenda this evening that will assist us in providing the services that we provide to the single-family homes. Staff is also looking at additional fees in terms of what fees we can increase in the budget. And we are looking forward at what are the other things that we can do to raise that $150. One of the things we're currently out marketing our health insurance program to see if we can reduce that expenditure. So that's what we're looking at this year. We're also going to look really closely at our appropriations reserves this year and try our best to try to squeeze more money out of that appropriation reserves in terms of revenue going into next year. The other thing that we're looking at throughout, are there any other places where we can just hold tight on the budget this year to allow those to elapse in the following year? And we think we have identified a couple areas where that may be possible if we're very prudent in doing that. So we're already in the process of kind of looking at ways to kind of constrain what we're doing this year within the confines of what was proposed in the budget and the amendment.
Can I say, I don't want to beat up on the library, but I remembered that we had this discussion about the library validating the library parking, and I believe it was quite expensive. Do you remember how much that was? I thought it was.
I think, was it 100? No, it was 100.
I thought it was like 100,000.
I don't think it was that quite 100,000.
Is that right?
I don't remember.
Am I crazy to
I don't think it was
remember that?
quite 100,000.
100,000?
Do you remember how much? So, 100,000 would solve a lot of problems, having people pay for their own parking. I mean, at the time, I thought we should get rid of that anyway. Maybe we can do some things so that the library could give out vouchers for people who of limited means, and it would be a real hardship, but it's a couple dollars, and
Well, I don't think, Jenny, I don't know if you remember, that was a major, major discussion point. And I think part of it was, and I hate to go back there, but I hate to say this, part of this was because, and I know we said it's only one Princeton, and I do believe one Princeton, but so many township residents were promised that parking, and I think that was...
that was like that was blackmail.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just telling you, that was like one of the main...
That was one of the main issues. It was blackmail because there was no parking, there was no free parking before. And so that people said, we're not going to approve parking, a new library unless...
Yeah, I know.
And so I think they've had a long time. There was no free parking at the library.
I want to just reel the conversation back for, Mr. Miller.
Can I try one more time? We have a Finance Committee of Council. The three of us sit up here. It's Mr. Simon, Ms. Butler, and myself. One of the reasons we're having this discussion is the Finance Committee of Council didn't get to do its job. And I'm not going to get into the reasons why the Finance Committee of Council didn't get to do its job. What I suggest is the Finance Committee of Council work with the administrator over the next couple of weeks and come back to Council and say, here is what we recommend. And deal with it that way. You know, one of the things that engineers are always cautioned about is don't do instant engineering. And I think that applies to financial engineering as well. You don't want to be that creative at 10:30 at night. So I would suggest draw upon the resources that there are two smart people at that end of the table, plus myself. We can meet with the administrator, we can work the problem, and come back to council.
I would second that. I think that's a great idea, and I would just add that there's always, if it's helpful to your efforts and for staff to hear, there's always the threat of an across-the-board cut, which nobody wants, and hiring freeze, which nobody wants. And so, and that, I think there's a lot of interest in those issues if we can't find it by being more strategic. And so hopefully that provides some impetus to...
And I would say, I think one of the things for the rest of council that I think would be helpful, and I appreciate the Finance Committee digging into this, but to come back, and it shouldn't just be the costs and the number, but what that means, so people understand what the choice is that's being put in front of them, because we could get up here and say, well, let's cut $100,000 here, or cut $100,000 there, and you need to know what the impact that's going to have, so it's easier to make that decision.
If I could, one thing that's is very important, and we really need, in terms of staff, a consensus from council, at least from a strategic level, of where you're proposing to go in terms of, if you're looking at reductions in the budget, give us some targets, some ideas of where we want to go that everyone can agree on, and then move from there. It's very difficult when we don't have some type of target of where we're going, and there's a consensus on what that target is. Because I'm not sure if, as a council, there's a consensus of where would you like to be at a high level in terms of bringing this back to the budget. Are you looking for a 5% reduction? You're looking for, we should have some target that everyone agrees to going into the subcommittee, or I think we're going to end up spinning our wheels a little bit through this process.
I think what I've heard is $150,000, but I wanted to just see if that's the right number.
That's what I understood also.
Target also.
I think that's fine.
So why don't we put this off for another meeting?
Well,
can't we? We don't.
No, we could conceivably.
You can continue.
We could, so I would actually be more comfortable with doing that before we pass the budget rather than after, because I'm worried that if we do it after, we're
That's what I'm saying.
let ourselves off the hook.
That's what I'm proposing, that we don't pass the budget tonight, we wait.
Well, if we're only looking for 150, we can probably, I think I would pass it and try and find the 150, but I think I would set the target a little higher, frankly.
Did you have a number in mind? Because I think that administration's looking for a number.
Well, no, I'm not going to be able to come up with a number tonight, but I think, so the EAB isn't this year, but it's already on the $1.4 million increase we're hearing for next year, so we're going to need a running start, and I think we ought to try to go a little deeper.
Why don't I suggest a range of 150,000 to 400,000 that we work through?
I see nodding. Okay.
That sounds good.
Okay.
And then, so do we have to move to continue the budget, or how do we do this?
Yeah,
To continue. I believe all you need to do is just hold the public hearing open to another date, the next council meeting.
okay, so, and I believe that's May 9th, that we're holding it till May 9th? Okay, all right. So we will continue the budget public hearing and carry that over to our meeting of May 9th. And, yeah, and then can I just get a show of hands for who is here for the Civil Rights Commission ordinance introduction? Okay. Who's here for the Snowden Van Dyke sewer? Okay, and who didn't raise their hand? Those are the two things. Okay, so I would ask council if somebody would move amending the agenda to move up those two ordinance introductions,
I'll make a motion to, wait, hold on, we need the numbers, to amend the agenda so that we can hear first the ordinance introduction 2016-27, which is the Civil Rights Commission, and second, the ordinance, bond ordinance 2016-28.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Liverman. All in favor of amending the agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, so we will take up ordinance introduction 2016-27, an ordinance by Princeton establishing a Civil Rights Commission and amending the Code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974. Did you want to give an introduction, or do you want me to? All right, well, just by way of introduction, this has been many months, maybe even over a year of discussions with members of the Human Services Commission on establishing a Civil Rights Commission. It is one of the items on council's priority list for this year. And essentially, there's two general purposes of the Civil Rights Commission. The first part is an education and outreach part, doing more preventative work in the community, partnering with other groups. The second part is working with individual instances where there might be a complaint or a problem, and it would give members of the community a place to go to help find resolution to those. And we're talking about incidents that don't rise to the level where you'd want to pursue a legal course. This is a non-legal route, and it would be if people wanted, for example, an apology or just a change in behavior. We have found that the second piece of this, the complaint part, is more challenging because of liability issues, and also we want to be able to ensure people who come use the service, their confidentiality, and there's been some questions about how we could do that. So as we were trying to work out some of those issues, the idea was, should we be holding up the education piece of it? So that's why the ordinance is in front of us tonight.
That's right. I would just supplement that to that first component, which is the education and outreach, there's also to be advisory to council in terms of policymaking. So, I know for example, Jenny has talked several times about what more could we do to make our buildings and municipal assets friendly to transgendered individuals in our community. The Civil Rights Commission could help us think through some of these issues. But I think you've done a nice job, Mayor, laying out that there's really there's the education and policy advising component, and then the second is how to handle potential individual complaints that might come in. I'm newer to these issues, but I know the people who've been on the Civil Rights Commission in the past have spoken to the ability of the commission to mediate and handle individual complaints coming in, and hopefully to avoid litigation and to be very proactive. But as you mentioned, Mayor, that we have been advised, and I think, Mark, I want to turn it to you, we have struggled with the new era we are in being as litigious as it is, and also a new era of where everything we do gets OPRA'd, and how do we do this in a way that really protects people who come forward and the rights of people so that their rights are not prejudiced and their confidentiality is protected. So we've been struggling with how to weigh these competing imperatives, and we have many people in the audience who've given a lot of effort and a lot of thought here to the members of the Human Services Commission, and specifically the Civil Rights Subcommittee of the Human Services Commission has done a lot of thinking about this. And I know there is frustration that we are not, at least tonight, proposing to tackle every part of this. And Mark, maybe you can speak to why we were proposing to approach it this way. But certainly I know we're going to hear from people in the public and who are very passionate about this, and I think we do want to hear recommendations from people if we can't do everything tonight, what they would recommend, whether they would recommend we move tonight on any part of this or wait. And Mark, maybe you can explain the sort of the conundrum we've been facing legally.
Absolutely. One of the first things in terms of the Civil Rights Commission we wanted to do is ensure that we're protecting the rights of any individual who wanted to use this service. And that's where we kind of got caught up in a process. One, the world has changed quite a bit, and we all know that with OPRA requests and really government being more open than it was in the past. As a result, in reviewing this with legal counsel, it was determined that any document on all of this whole process would be an open process. That not only becomes a problem for kind of protecting people's rights, it also makes that process less advantageous for people to use that process. So what we're trying to do is find a way in which we can kind of deal with those issues. Because we knew it would take some time in order to deal with those issues, we thought it would be a good idea to start the process, because that's just one small component. And we've realized and I've seen it in civil rights commissions that I've been involved in, most cases do not get to the point of going through some process, and we try to stay away from the term mediation or resolution process. It really, and we've kind of had this process already in place through Human Services, where we can really become a resource to people and get things resolved really at the first stages. So knowing that, we thought it'd be a good idea that let's get this thing started by authorizing this ordinance, and then we can deal with some of those really thorny issues of the confidentiality and also liability. In terms of this, we want to make sure that we're not either sending someone through a process in which will keep them from actually going through the appropriate process so that they can have all their rights preserved. So we wanted to make sure the process was thorough and correct, and that we have that in place. So we wanted to take the time to do that right the first time.
Ms. Crowley?
Oh, I wanted to ask a couple questions. So the problem with OPRA, so I couldn't find it on my computer, but doesn't OPRA have exceptions for releasing personal information when it would be damaging to the members of the public? It does not have that?
OPRA, there's a set of enumerated exceptions. Some of that does cover personal information, but not all personal information. So it'd be things like social security numbers, that sort of thing. There's also some more generalized language in the legislative findings about safeguarding the citizen's reasonable expectation of privacy. But that's about as amorphous as it sounds, and the courts construe that very, very narrowly. So it's difficult to, let me put it differently, I think what a lot of us as private citizens would think would be private, in fact, is not private at all, and is very much public once it's handed over to the government. And certainly, the prior iteration of the Civil Rights Commission, pre-consolidation, I think most of the documents that were submitted were public records. I mean, nobody requested them, but the reality is, if somebody did, I mean, some of that information might be subject to exceptions under Oprah, but you couldn't make that whole process confidential.
So let me give an example. I mean, so like an example of the former, where the things were protected a year ago when the measles outbreak was happening on campus, and there was an Oprah request for all the documents from our Department of Health relating to that. The information wasn't given about people's personal health information, right? That wasn't turned over. But here, if someone were to Oprah, who's complained about treatment by X?
Right.
Treatment by a municipal employee or by a restaurant downtown or any of that. Who's complained to the Department of Human Services? That our interpretation, I think what I'm hearing you say is that would be public, the name of the person and the description of the treatment that was being, complained about. So that would be operable. And so the question is then, does having that be in the public jeopardize a potential legal case? I mean, because some of this is meant to be extrajudicial, to be prejudicial, in the sense that the best hope is that these cases can be handled before they become cases, and that's to everyone's benefit before someone incurs legal costs, a complainant, for example. But what happens, obviously to someone's privacy, does it make it, we can't could we assure somebody, come forward, come in, we have a process, but we couldn't promise them they'd have confidentiality, I think is what Trishka's saying.
It's certainly in terms of the documents that are submitted, that's correct. And so then I think the fear or the concern is that because you can't guarantee that every document that's submitted can be kept confidential, that in and of itself could then have a chilling effect, which starts to defeat the whole purpose.
Mr. Lippman?
Well, I just wondered how other civil rights commissions work, because I know there are other civil rights commissions. Did you look at that? In fact,
Mark has experience from Montclair has one.
Thank you. Montclair has one. They actually, unfortunately, we looked at their ordinance, and quite frankly, it's an older ordinance, and they have those issues, and again, it was done at a different time. But when we really looked at this ordinance in terms of their ordinance guarantees confidentiality, you can't, and that's a problem.
Can you speak to how many cases they have of like this in Montclair?
I think since my tenure there was one, and that's 5 years.
Mr. Lippman?
Yeah, as a former member of the Civil Rights Committee, I see Mr. Tommy Parker out there. Back in the day when Human Services was formed, I was one of the people, believe it or not, I'm showing my age now, one of the people that were asked to come and form Human Services. Back in the day. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, we did a whole bunch of stuff, good stuff, for the town of Princeton when it came to civil rights. There were many times where things could have gotten extremely difficult if there wasn't a Civil Rights Commission, if there weren't a calm and cool body to bring people together. And my heart and soul is to have this begin. Now, we can always amend, we can always add to this, but I want to see a Civil Rights Commission begin. And once we begin, we can see what exactly we have to add or subtract. To Jenny's question, and I think one of confidentiality is extremely important, but I thought about that. And I thought, well, how about if everyone has numbers and no names? There's many ways that we can think about trying to find a way to make this work. For instance, place B, every business or whatever could have a number. Place B could be 313. A person could be letter A. I mean, there's ways that we can make this work, but I just want to begin. Let's start something, and then we can add to it once we start moving. Thank you.
Before we have more discussion, should we put the ordinance on the table and then we can have more discussion? So
I'm
it's
happy to
been-
move it for purposes of discussion,
Okay,
yes.
and is there a
Second.
second? So it's been moved by Ms. Howard and seconded by Mr. Liverman. Ms. Butler, did you have a comment?
Well, this ordinance hasn't been reviewed by the Human Services, is that correct?
We have a meeting, I was going to say tomorrow, on Wednesday, and we'll be getting feedback. It's basically, basically, Mark had given a memo to the Civil Rights Commission. I think, Mark, and you just put that into ordinance form.
And we actually met with the subcommittee of the Civil Rights Commission, and what they were provided, what I call the elements of the ordinance, which is really the meat of what you see in the ordinance. We provided that, sat down with them and had a discussion about this proposal. So they have seen that part of it. In terms of putting it in ordinance format, I don't believe they saw that, but the meat of the ordinance, they had a copy of those, the objectives of the organization.
I'm willing to listen to what everyone has to say, but my instinct would be to, especially since it's almost 11 o'clock, would be to table this and let the Human Services struggle with it a little bit and come back to us with something that is a little more in line with what I saw their report said and, where this ordinance is. Maybe we don't call it a commission if it doesn't have the teeth. I mean, I think when we were early in the year talking about the goals for council and thought we would have a Civil Rights Commission, this isn't really a commission in my estimation, and I don't know if there's another way to operate this and achieve the same thing, but I worry that we have organizations in our community that do good programming on civil rights, and if we don't have the teeth of a commission, are we undermining those other organizations if we take this on ourselves?
I was fine. I actually sort of suggested that today to folks, too. If folks want, we can wait and we can talk more in the Human Services Commission. My fear there is that we're clearly not going to resolve these legal issues over the next couple of weeks. So it's really a question of whether or not we want to stand something up and get folks working on proactive programming. We've got, for example, the Dr. Khalid Mohammed, I'm going to say it wrong. Yes, thank you, Dr. Mohammed, event coming up in June. We know that these issues are very present in the public debate now and in the consciousness, so my inclination was to move so that we could have progress, and we've got the YWCA Stand Against Racism event on Friday. I mean, there's work we could be doing, but if folks would rather we not be focused on the proactive work and wait, that's fine. I just think, I don't want anybody to think that we're not going to resolve that in a couple weeks. I think, Mark, these are pretty substantial issues that the GIF and others have raised, and so it does mean waiting, and so I think that's really a question. And Joe, so I posed that same question today, is like, we can absolutely table it and wait and have a spirited discussion, I'm sure, on Wednesday at Human Services Commission, but that means putting this off probably for a while.
Well, maybe, could we hear from the commission then?
That's what I'd like to hear.
Yeah. I mean, from the Human Services Committee.
I'd be interested in hearing
subcommittee.
from members, yes.
So please come on up, and if everybody actually who wants to speak can come on up, and then
Gotta
we can
just
hear from
line up
everybody.
and-
Yeah.
Letitia chairs the Civil Rights Commission Subcommittee, so she's the appropriate person to kick us off. Thank you.
It turns off at 11.
Yeah, it works, okay. Yeah, I almost said good morning because it feels like it's the next day already. But I don't think I'm here to speak on behalf of the entire Human Services Commission, but as I am chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights, I want to give an overview of how the Civil Rights Ordinance that is being considered came about. So it was actually 2 years ago that a committee consisting of 5 Human Services Commissioners were formed to review procedures currently in place for addressing civil rights complaints that were brought to the attention of the Human Services Department, and to make recommendations on how the department should proceed going forward. During our review process, we researched the archives, we reviewed files that were stored at the Human Services Office. We also interviewed community stakeholders who had been members of or had knowledge of Princeton's former Civil Rights Commission. And all throughout the process, we regularly updated the entire commission at our monthly meetings regarding our process. Then in March of last year, so it was a year ago, that we presented before the Human Services Department Commission our recommendations. And after input from all commissioners, our committee report was finalized. And I understand that's what's part of your packet. It was my opinion then, as it is now, that establishing a standalone Civil Rights Commission would provide a useful alternative to the court system, particularly through mediation and dispute resolution, which would not only have the potential of saving the parties hundreds of thousands of dollars, but would also improve community relations at all levels. Most importantly, through proactive development of community outreach, dialogue, and education programs, it would reaffirm Princeton's commitment to civil rights and testimony to the character of a town that cares for all of its people. And I know it was mentioned earlier regarding the work that we could be doing, educational, stand against racism, the forum that we're going to be hosting. We're already doing that. But what we're missing is really a formal process for individuals who feel that their civil rights have been violated, whether it's subtle, overt, or even just perceived. That does exist in our community. It's something that we have individuals in our community who are experiencing that, but they don't have a forum for it to be addressed, not formally. So I'm here to ask that the proposed ordinance as written be tabled, as I feel that it does not include a key objective that our committee recommended, specifically a dispute resolution and mediation process for individuals in our community who believe that their civil rights have been violated. I respectfully request that before the civil rights ordinance is reintroduced, that we will have the opportunity to review it and to provide input. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, Lou Maltby, 128 Stonecliff. I've been a civil rights lawyer for 30 years plus, including 10 years at the National Office of the ACLU. I've been involved in dispute resolution for 25 years, including 8 years on the board of the American Arbitration Association. And Mark's concern about privacy is obviously very important, but we know how to do this. The New Jersey Supreme Court decided several years ago that every civil suit in the state of New Jersey has to go through mediation before you get to the courtroom. And they go out to private mediators who are on a panel that is approved by the state of New Jersey, and there's requirements you have to meet to get on that roster. And I'm one of the many people in New Jersey who's on it. And every one of us sits down every time at the beginning of the process and tells all the parties and all the attorneys what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, what happens in this mediation room stays in this room, and that's the way it works. It's worked that way for years. You cannot go to court and get information, documents, discussion, or anything else that happened in the mediation into court. It is a totally private, confidential process.
Luke, can I ask you a question? In that case, the case has already been filed?
Case has already been filed.
And is the complaint public record?
The complaint is a public record.
So the complainant has has decided to be public, right? I mean, do you see a difference here, or?
Well, you wouldn't, what I'm saying is that whatever passes through the private mediation, it's government mandated, but it's private mediators, it's all confidential. You can't get the documents, you can't get the discussion, there's no stenographer, there's no transcript.
But could we get our group accredited? Is that what you're saying? If we got our group accredited, then we could maintain that confidentiality and not be subjected to Oprah?
Well, Mark raises a good point, is that if the person who's doing the mediation is a member of municipal government, then you could have Oprah problems. But if you simply had a roster of private mediators who were not municipal employees, then the process could be totally confidential. And
So who would handle the complaint, the intake? A non-governmental person, is what you're saying?
I mean, somebody on the Civil Rights Commission would have to know that somebody's complaining, but from that
Wouldn't that then trigger Oprah?
They don't say much of anything. You don't. All they have to say is, my name is whatever their name is. I have a civil rights complaint involves so and so,
right.
and the Civil Rights Commission can say, fine. Let's see if we can help you. Let's look at our roster of private mediators, and we'll find somebody who might be able to help you work this out. And I can't speak for all the other truly eminent private mediators that are in this town, but I'll speak for myself, and I would be very surprised if the others wouldn't join me, that we would be happy to donate our services to the municipality as a public service.
I just want those are the details that we are trying to deal with, and the reason why this is going to take. We were even looking at all of the options, some of the options that you're talking about now. The issue is we need to put procedures and policies in place, and that takes time to do it right. That's all we're saying. We're not saying it can't be done.
It's a great idea we've thought about that, is how do we get people to, like yourself or others, to donate, or Tommy, and maybe Tommy's going to say this, has talked about, what does the university do with mediation? There are a lot of resources that we could call on, and so it's a great suggestion, and I think we have you down as a volunteer.
And Mark's right, of course. You can't just write it in the air. There has to be something on paper as to how this process would work. But it wouldn't be the most long, elaborate document in the world. It wouldn't take months and months to create. It could be done in, well, I would say days, realistically maybe weeks. It's not that heavy a lift to come up with a procedure that would allow for private mediation of the civil rights disputes, which would be confidential. We've got a model.
Tom Parker, Lee Avenue. And to answer your question, yes, we do, in what I do on campus, we do use mediation, as a matter of fact, and it's bound by the same rules of engagement, so to speak, and the confidentiality. In fact, the confidentiality, and for that matter, the testimony of the mediator cannot be subpoenaed at all, and they in fact say that out front. That he will not be speaking on behalf of anybody. I'm just here to do this. Now, in our past life with this, as Lance alluded to, and though he's younger than me, he made me the old guy. So, we actually, at the time that we had this process, and as a commission, we were also vetted and trained by the state and federal office of civil rights and the mediation and conciliation services. We also were then credentialed by other private mediators that were engaged to do training of those that sat on the commission, and that was just to hear. And one of the first things that we would tell any participant, any complainant coming forward, that we have no power of adjudication here. Our primary source is to get you in here in a timely manner, have you decide whether or not you want to sit down and go through a mediation process. If both parties mutually agree to do such, and more times than not, we walked away with an amicable resolution to the matters that came before us. It really was quite a learning experience, and what grew out of that, in fact, was our community dialogues and the educational pieces that, as alluded to in the ordinance as it sits now. I mean, we got so good at this process that not only we have conversation circles or study circles, that we had community dialogues, police and community, educational opportunities, things of this nature. We worked with the police department, the school system, churches in the area. We got so well known that there were some of the surrounding communities around Princeton actually asked us to come in and work with their staffs to get them up to speed so they keep these community dialogues going on. But the mediation piece was a very big part of this process, and it's what built the trust in the community for us at Civil Rights, like I said, as a commission, and when we became a subcommittee of Human Services. This is what kept the dialogue open, and the community felt engaged by the process. It really was a good process, and absolutely a major piece that we need to keep in consideration is the mediation. So I also would say we table this matter for further dialogue. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Bates, and I'm on the sub...
Make sure the mic's down by your face.
There you go. All right. I'm Elizabeth Bates, and I'm on the subcommittee that drafted the resolution that was included in your packet. And a very principal part of it was the mediation process. And so I, too, would want to table the ordinance as presented tonight and work on some of the areas that Mr. Mulhy has suggested so well. And because without that part of the ordinance, it isn't a civil rights commission. And but the other thing I do want to say is, in the process of doing this, we all say thank you very much for all the work you do. Working on it from the other side on one piece of legislation has just increased my absolute awe at the work you do. It is, I'm one thing, you're all of these things tonight. So I just want to thank you enormously for all you're doing and giving to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll manage to break it before I get here.
I'd like to echo Elizabeth's comments with regard to thanks to the council and mayor for all the work that they do in helping to provide for a good living condition for all in Princeton. I'm Melanie Moore. I live at 19 Green Street. There's tremendous value to the individual and the public, and not only ratifying the existence of a Civil Rights Commission, but in also empowering and assigning them the authority which would maximize its effectiveness through its role in mediating cases. As a citizen, I would not feel comfortable with elected officials interceding in matters that require a level of sensitivity to a multitude of issues that extend well beyond, I think, municipal stewardship. I think most citizens, certainly I, voted for a council and mayor that would ensure that the best interests of all would be served, primarily through services for the benefit of the public health, safety, and welfare. But I see civil rights matters as being quite different. And we are in a different and new era of litigating issues in the public domain, which can often be biased and unfair, no matter which side you're on. And as a town, I appreciate the value of not only the discretion and counsel the commission can provide, but the independent role it can play in resolving matters. We can only look to the recent incident of Professor Perry's encounter with the law. Had there been a fully functioning commission, I would posit that her first reaction would not have been to tweet, but rather to contact the Civil Rights Commission. As a commission with a level of independence, the commission with a level of independence would not only provide answers to questions and inform the aggrieved of standing policies and procedures, but it could potentially resolve a matter amicably and possibly avert legal action. And if the commission only has an advisory role, it would seem to limit their effectiveness and lead cases in only one direction: filed complaints with lengthy and costly litigation. So I ask the council, in this instance, to resist the tendency to insert itself in these matters, but pass on to this commission a role that they are certainly apt in performing. Because some of those cases could, in fact, present a conflict of interest. And instead empower the Civil Rights Commission as a fully functioning body, which will serve as a mediator in cases brought to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Heilner, Library Place. I'm a member of the Human Services Subcommittee that has been working on reinvigorating the Civil Rights Commission, actually for the last 2 years. And I too would like to thank Ms. Howard, our liaison. I'd like to thank the council for giving it a high priority on this year's items on the agenda. I certainly was disappointed when I saw that the one of the two key pieces that we recommended was not in the ordinance. And I would just add that not only did the subcommittee make those recommendations, but that all 9 members of the Human Services Commission approved those recommendations just about a year ago. I'm going to skip some of this. I now understand, I was very surprised by the municipal attorney's letter of April 21, where she states the commission would serve in a largely advisory role and would have no special authority. So now I understand that really she was looking just at the education and communication piece of it, so I can understand that. So the ordinance as written is certainly not in the tradition of our long and cherished tradition of promoting and ensuring civil rights. I won't go through all the history, but as you probably know by now, from 1968 to 98, we had a fully functioning, standalone, very vigorous commission. In 1998, because of a reorganization of the town's functions, this process was put within the Human Services Department. Unfortunately, in 2008, a police officer brought a case against the department, and it really was not handled well, and I won't go into the details, but as I understand it, all he was looking for was an apology, basically, because of the discrimination he had suffered back in 2007, 2008. Because of things that went on, which I won't go into, the executive director of Human Services at that time felt she could not continue with the mediation that she had started, and so his only recourse was to take it to court, and he was awarded $525,000. As I understand it, there was another case some years earlier that would have gone the same route, but actually was sidetracked by the very vigorous commission at that point. So I really do feel that, for better or worse, Human Services, as much as I love our department and our executive director, there she is, I really don't want to see her put in the same position that her predecessor was. We love her dearly. We don't want to see her have those pressures, and nor do we want people to hold in their frustrations because they're afraid that something like this could happen. Unfortunately, as long as the person mediating the dispute, especially as it begins to rise to a higher level, is a part of the government, people just are not going to be happy. Now, I heard tonight that, and I heard from Mark a few weeks ago, that insurance for the commission may be an obstacle. But my question is, how are all the other towns and cities in the U.S. with a civil rights commission, with mediation procedures, able to be covered? Some of them are right here in New Jersey. How about insurance for the zoning board? I mean, I would think it's much more likely that if somebody is unhappy with the zoning board, they're going to sue the town or the members of the zoning board than they are this independent commission. And perhaps Mr. Malpe, as our discussions continue over the next few weeks, can tell us about whether anybody has really ever been sued by any commission, Civil Rights Commission has ever been sued. So I'll conclude, and I'll just say that I think in today's era of accountability and transparency, especially concerning civil rights, Princeton should be a leader. We should not just fall back on the easy way out, which would be just to do the education and outreach part of it. And I think that having the mediation process as a key part of our commission is absolutely essential, and I would second or vote or express my opinion, I can't vote, in favor of what I'm hearing, and that is we should just table the resolution tonight and have some more discussions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh.
Ms. Howard?
Nope, please, please.
I'd like to second a lot of what's been said tonight. I also spoke about this matter to Jim Floyd, who is recovering from a cold and is unable to be here this evening. He gave me his permission to convey to you his views, however, which I share. And as you can imagine, he strongly supports a revived Civil Rights Commission, having founded the first one. And he feels the Civil Rights Commission should indeed play a strong educational role in order to lessen the need for mediation. But he believes equally strongly that a Civil Rights Commission should also play a mediating role. And he asks you to consider how much a Civil Rights Commission authorized to mediate has saved in the past and could save in the future the money needed for the municipality to defend against litigation. We did not discuss the privacy issue, but there are state agencies to which you can complain anonymously. I could give you the name of such an agency at home and do some research on that, and one could then determine what mechanism they have in place for making anonymous complaints. But in any case, I guess what you're asking us tonight is whether to be satisfied with a half a loaf rather than a full loaf, and you're promising that the half a loaf is going to be very speedily followed by the full loaf. But the cautions that several of you have expressed, the hesitations that some of you evidently feel about the difficulties and perhaps even the dangers of a Civil Rights Commission that it might involve you in, make me feel that I, for one, I don't know about the Human Services Commission, I, for one, would be very unhappy unless there was a full loaf this evening.
So, can we call for a vote, and I guess...
No, we're solving public...
Kip Cherry, 24 Dempsey. I think it's extremely important that the commission be an independent commission and that we do it right. And I think that this town has been showing a lot of leadership, particularly in the area of race, and I think that we want to continue that. So I don't think we should falter right now by creating a committee. I think we should go all the way. I'm sure it's feasible. There's a possibility maybe of privatizing the mediation aspect to it, some way to legally make this work. EEOC, I'm sure, would have some consultation. Obviously, they handle this issue for the entire nation. I'm sure they would have some thoughts. So let's do it right, and let's follow through with this, and let's be a leader. We've gotten down this road. Let's not falter now. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Is it the sense from council that we table it? All right.
I don't know whether, should we table, should I withdraw my motion of what's the best way to effectuate
Why
this?
don't we table it so we have, if you withdraw it, what's our record? Just, I think we should table it, and then we have a vote that we all agreed that it's tabled, right?
So I hear Ms. Butler moving that we table.
I'll second it.
And it's seconded by Ms. Howard. Do we need a roll call for that, or can we just do all in favor?
I think actually, once a motion to table is made and seconded, it's that, but you can do a...
Okay, all in
you don't
favor?
need a roll call.
Aye. Okay. This motion is tabled until we can work out some more the complaint process part of it.
Could I just say, what I'd be interested in is, even if somehow you work through this and you don't come up with a commission, but come up with a committee, I'd like to see more substance about what the training would be and what programs. This just felt like a lot of generalities, even if it's a committee. So I'd be interested in having a little more substance and kind of some goals about what the real objective is.
Okay, even though I think that we might want to leave, there's a debate between how much you leave to
yeah.
Point taken. Oh, thank you.
Okay, all right. I want to thank and apologize to the Snowden Lane and Van Dyke Road neighbors. It's been a long wait for your sewer, and tonight has made it even longer. But wanted to see if there's a motion for this next ordinance, 2016-28, bond ordinance by Princeton, authorizing as a local improvement the installation of a public sanitary sewer main and laterals along a portion of Snowden Lane and Van Dyke Road, appropriating the sum of $775,000, therefore providing for financing of said appropriation by the making of a down payment and issuance of bonds and notes of Princeton, and further providing for the special assessment of 100% of the cost thereof. Just to get started, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move it.
It's, motion to introduce. It's been moved by Ms. Krumiller and seconded by Mr. Miller. Mr. Kaiser, do you want to walk us through where we are with this ordinance and how it came about?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This ordinance came about at the urging of a number of residents in the area bounded between Overbrook Drive and the second newest development going north on Snowden Lane and a portion of Van Dyke Road up to a location just to the east of All Saints Lane. And that particular area is sort of like the whole of a donut. All the areas around that particular area, that section of Snowden Lane and that section of Van Dyke Road, are served by public sewer. And some residents have come to the town asking for consideration of sewer to be provided in that area. They and the town has worked with the two developers. The two developers are the Landmark development and also the Snowden Lane development, where 7 homes will be served in each of those developments by the sewer extension. And there's an opportunity here because those two developments will be paying 61% of the cost of the sewer. And even with that, the estimated cost is just over $34,000 per connection, per gravity connection, per lot. And if it wasn't for those two developments, the cost would be significantly higher than that. It's recommended that council consider introducing this ordinance so that hopefully the sewers can be installed. What we would like to do is, if we can move fairly quickly, is have the sewers installed this summer because part of the construction involves closing the intersection of Van Dyke Road and Snowden Lane, which is going to create some traffic issues. We had Mayor Lumpert chaired the meeting with neighbors. The neighbors who attended were in support of the sewer, with the exception of one neighbor who wasn't in support. And I'd recommend that this ordinance be introduced so that the public hearing could be set and you could receive other comments.
Yeah, and just to further report on that meeting, so unlike the sidewalk assessments that we used to do, the sewer assessments, it's expensive, so it would be something like $34,000 per household, right?
Just over $34,000, yes.
Right, so, and there was one, maybe two homes that were opposed. So I just want council to be aware of that, but then there was a lot of support from the rest of the neighbors, and this is in some ways, a unique opportunity for them, because they have those developments that are going to help to bring down the costs. So. And I don't know what...
I'm sorry, a quick question. The ones that are opposed, you said two homes or two?
I saw one as being very opposed and one as not being so interested. Maybe it was hard to tell.
So do they have to connect, or can we just run a line and they can...
What we've done in the past is we've run the sewer, so there'll be a connection in front of the house, and then they don't have to connect now, but they can connect at some point in the future. So it's almost like buy an insurance policy that you'd have a point of connection that you could connect up to when and if your septic system goes bad.
But they still have to pay.
You have to pay the $34,000, but you don't have to pay the extra amount of money to connect.
Right, and when and if they decide to connect, there's additional cost of just over $2,700 per bedroom for connection fee, as well as the cost of running the pipe from the house to the point of connection.
Right, and then the other issue too is that all those homes now are on septic, and it's not terrific for the community to have all those homes on septic, so there is a community value to putting people on the sewers, and I think the way it was described is that you never know when your septic's going to go, and it's just not a great long-term setup.
Right. My experience is that people, when they sell their house, they almost always have to do something about their septic system anyway, so...
Do people want to hear from the neighbors? If anybody from the neighborhood would like to talk? Or we can just go ahead and do the vote. If anybody can still stand, I know it's really late.
If people are here and want to speak, I would like to give them an opportunity.
Come back for the public
We're
hearing.
going to have a public hearing also.
Hi, Raymond Duval, 422 Snowden Lane. I just want to thank everyone from the engineering department and the sewer operating committee. Ms. Krummeller, from the sewer operating committee meetings I've attended, this has been a project that's been in the works for over about 2 years, I guess now, and it feels like it's gaining some traction and some momentum. Mr. Kaiser has talked about some of the current septic systems not being an if, but when they'll fail. Many of them are original installations in houses that are 50 or 60 years old. And even if they don't fail, usually, Ms. Butler is absolutely right, there's a snafu. I've heard from engineers who are certified say that when they get called in to inspect, they can usually find something that'll give the buyer a negotiating, leg up. So basically, I would also like to point out that the person who was opposed has signed a letter of interest, as well as the other one who was not sure has actually only put a bid in on one of the properties. So I don't know that everyone is basically everyone has signed a letter of interest that I was able to get a hold of, with one exception, and he is also here tonight. I was not able to get in touch with him until about a month ago, and he is in favor. And so basically, thank you for your consideration, and I would request that the ordinance be passed.
Great. All right, so...
Call the question.
Yep, Ms. Butler?
No, I just...
Call the question?
Oh, call the question, yep. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for introduction.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crum-Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
And Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so the ordinance has been introduced, and the public hearing will be on May 23rd, 2016. So we will see you back then, and we'll try to get you on earlier in the agenda.
Thank you so
thank
much
you
for sitting
Now you know
here.
all about our budget.
Yeah.
And
Okay. All right, since we're here, I would like to try to make it through the rest of the agenda, so, yeah. Or I don't know, what do people think about the public, I mean, I think we have to hold the public hearings because we've said we're going to hold them, so we need to hold them. All right, so the first one is 2016-20, bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey, appropriating $10,904,286 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $8,866,063 bonds or notes of Princeton to finance part of the cost thereof. I'd like to open up the...
I'll move it.
Okay, it's been moved
Second.
by Ms. Crum-Miller and seconded by Ms. Howard. And I will open up the public hearing.
Okay, this is what I wanted to speak to from the beginning. I'm just really concerned about how our capital costs are being handled. I see many costs here that I don't think are really costs that should be bonded. They should be in our budget. And I realize the budget's very tight, and that's why this is happening. But this is going to be bad for the future because it means that we're going to be paying off things that should be paid out of our normal treasury. I see words such as general park maintenance, software, line stripping, signage, carpet and furniture, repairs, a lot of repairs. And, you know, I'm just really concerned. We shouldn't be bonding for this. This should be coming out of our budget. Also, I thought that we had worked on this before, that Patrick had brought this up, that the firehouse expansion, which may not be a firehouse expansion, shouldn't be in the budget at this point because the feasibility study is being done. We don't know whether there'll be an expansion or some kind of reconstruction of the existing firehouse or a whole new firehouse or what it's going to be. So why is this in the budget at this point? I thought it was taken out already. So that's my concern. I mean, it's an additional expense that we're going to have to start paying off this bond, and why are we paying off a bond that we don't even need the money? You know, we don't know what we're doing. And the public deserves to see the feasibility study and decide what the public wants to do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeShield, can you address that piece of it about the firehouse?
Yes, the component of the firehouse, that's actually not being bonded. That's, if you look at the note, it's going to be received. That's the portion of it that's going to be paid through the Princeton University.
Are you saying that the whole amount that's listed in the bond is actually paid off by Princeton University? That's not a bond at all?
That is correct.
Why isn't it the same amount?
It looks like there's $11,000 difference.
Still, I mean, I was confused by that. Also, I'm confused by the library. I thought they had raised money for the work they were doing, and now I see it in the bond. Is this something else other than what they've been planning to do?
It's for the library or not for the, and again, each year the library makes requests for improvements to the library. The second floor improvements, I believe these improvements are for the first and the third floor. Some improvements being done there, not part of the renovations, the big renovations on the second floor.
Okay. Well, I go back to the firehouse. I don't understand why we're bonding something if the university's going to be paying cash for it, number one. And number two, again, I repeat, we haven't decided whether to do this project or not. And I'm quite concerned that the university is sort of wagging the dog by saying they would like something. I mean, if I did that and said, look, I don't have any kids in school anymore, I don't want to pay school for school services, that you guys would go bananas, because we all as citizens have to do our part. And so it's great for the university to make a contribution, but that shouldn't be making a decision as to whether or not we're going forward with the project. We don't even have the project defined at this point, and there's no decision to go forward with anything. So I thought that it had already been taken out of the budget.
Is this something separate that they're paying for? Is this part of their, the 300,000?
It's part of the MOU contribution that they made. And all it simply does is it makes a authorization for it, and again, that could be used for, and I'm not sure if this is paying for the expenses of the preliminary planning or not, but these are just, all it does is take that money and authorize it at this point until we come up with the additional funds that will be funded for it.
But as part of the discussion with the university regarding their contribution, it was always intended for the firehouse.
Correct.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak as part of the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Is there any further discussion from council?
I'll call the question.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't hear you saying you wanted, did you have further discussion?
Well, I don't know if I'm cut off by the call of question or if I'm allowed to.
You are.
All right. So I do have a couple of questions here, and I apologize given the late hour, but I saw cold storage here for $1 million, and we've been wrestling with, the Public Works Committee has been wrestling with that particular project, and I know we've asked for the budget to be firmed up. So I guess my question with respect to all of this, that point and the fire department, or the fire expansion in particular, well, actually, there's no bonding for that one. So for the cold storage and any of these others, if we end up not spending them, are we still bonding for them? Are we going out to bond as a result of this ordinance? So what happens for each of these projects going forward? Is this the final authorization to spend, or is there a vendor process? Is this the last chance we get to
What this
decide
does,
whether...
it just sets up the appropriation. The next phase would be, for example, for the cold storage, would be actually paying for the vendor, would go against this ordinance. At some point, we'd have to approve a project, and that would come through council as an approval. You would have to do either a contract with a vendor to actually expend against this project. So, for example, for the cold storage, this was the original proposal for the cold storage. There's some discussion about changes to that proposal, and I know you're waiting for that additional information. That may change where the amount of that cold storage piece.
Well, right. So the last estimate I recall seeing for the cold storage facility was north of $2.5 million, if I'm remembering right. And this has only $1 million in it. So what exactly are we authorizing here?
This was the original, the last one you saw, this was even before the last one that you saw. This was the original proposal, was for an additional $1 million for the cold storage.
Is that because we've already approved in prior years? We've already
Right,
authorized?
correct.
So
Prior years. Because if you remember, this was actually in last year's capital plan.
And we authorized, what, 1.3 then? Is that right?
We didn't authorize anything at that point, and that's why it's coming back this year.
So this is the first money that's authorized for it?
That's correct.
We've seen a total estimate of $2.5 million, so we're not authorizing the full amount.
That is correct.
Okay, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crummiller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
No, it's too late to make a rational decision.
Motion carries.
Next is 2016-21 bond ordinance providing for parking utility facility repairs and the acquisition of a vehicle for the parking utility in and by Princeton in the County of Mercer, New Jersey, appropriating $203,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $203,000 bonds or notes for financing the cost thereof. I'd like to,
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. I'd like to open up the public hearing for this ordinance. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing.
Can I ask a question about the vehicle?
Yes.
Is this vehicle something that stays on municipal property, or is it something that goes home with somebody at night?
This will stay on municipal property.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? All right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crum Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, ordinance passes unanimously. Next is 2016-22, a bond ordinance providing for sanitary sewer systems and road reconstruction improvements in and by Princeton in the County of Mercer, New Jersey, appropriating $1,515,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,515,000 bonds or notes of Princeton to finance part of the cost thereof. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Liverman. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Krummeller. I'd like to open up the public hearing on this ordinance. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any discussion?
This would all eventually get funded through sewer fees, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Ms. Howard, Ms. Crum Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ordinance passes unanimously. Next is 2016-23 ordinance appropriating $690,000 from the Sewer Trust Fund for various sewer improvements in and by Princeton in the County of Mercer, New Jersey. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Miller and seconded by Ms. Howard. I'd like to open up the public hearing on this ordinance. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Is there any discussion?
I have a question on this. I don't see any approval for an actual bond here. Am I misreading it?
No.
So
It's actually for, I believe this is funded through the sewer connection fees, correct?
That's correct. It's going to be fully funded through the sewer trust, so you don't authorize bonds. We won't go out and borrow against this. We'll pay for it through the sewer trust.
Does that mean we have the cash on hand, or we will raise the cash immediately?
That's correct. No.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crum Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And the ordinance passes unanimously. Next, we have an ordinance introduction. I know it's late, but this is, I believe, an important ordinance and one that we've been talking about, how to help pay for some of our expenses. So I would like to get this introduced tonight, if council's willing. 2016-26 land use application fees and amending chapters 2 and 10B of the Code of the Township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968. And this would establish a fee of $750, and this would apply for if there's a complete rebuild, a tear down and rebuild of a property for either a single family or a two-family home.
I'll move it.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Krummeller and seconded by Ms. Howard. Any discussion from council? Mr. Simon?
I have a question, which is basically why this fee, and a related question, is there an analogous fee for all other classes of property? Is this the only class that's not covered?
If I could respond, Jack West was working with Trishka and Mark on this, and it provides for the engineering inspection that there's no fee for right now, and for the single-family homes, especially for the knockdowns that have been occurring and constructions of new homes. There's significant municipal resources that are expended with no way of recouping it. So Jack has done significant resource, and we came up with this recommended fee of $750,000, which we feel is reasonable.
No, $750.
$750,000.
Bob is solving all of our budget problems.
No, I want to make it on record, not $750,000. Oh, my God.
Okay, but if I have a small hotel or a commercial property, do I have to pay a similar fee for similar activity, or what happens?
If you'd have a commercial property, that would go through land use approval, so you would be paying through the land use approval. The single families are under the radar at this point, and that's the reason we're recommending this ordinance.
Yeah, the difference is single-family and two-family dwellings are exempt from site plan review and approval. So normally with other forms of development, all of the engineering review and inspection is dealt with through the application and review process, except for this one category, because they're exempt from site plan review, but there's still a substantial investment of time and effort on the part of staff, hence
Right.
this fee.
But the review from our complex properties is presumably the same or higher, not less.
Correct.
All right.
Okay, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Ms. Crum-Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Ms. Butler?
Yes.
And Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Okay, and the public hearing for this ordinance will be on May 23rd, 2016. Next, we come to resolutions. We have two resolutions tonight. First is 16-117 for Princeton Community Housing Development Corporation, being the 2016 Affordable Housing Administrative Agent, not to exceed $34,576. Yes.
If I may, and I should have told you a little earlier, staff has asked that you table this. They want to bring this back. There is an error in the resolution, so they want to bring that back to you.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, this will be tabled until the
I
next
do have
meeting.
a question about that. And don't answer it tonight, but why, when we go out to bid for this, are we not going to to an organization that is bilingual? Like, the bilingual fee is added on in addition to this, and we'll have to deal with it when you bring it back. But it seems to me that would be part and parcel of the bid. You would need to go to somebody who has bilingual services. But we'll talk about it another night.
Okay, next resolution is 16-118, authorizing an agreement for professional planning services with RBA Group for an amount not to exceed $57,258 for professional planning services for a term of May 2nd, 2016 to May 31st, 2017. I see Wanda Gunning and Tim Quinn, who have made it this far, and they've been members of a steering committee that have been working with Councilwoman Crum-Miller and myself, and also Gail Ullman from the Planning Board, Lee Solo, to get this study off the ground of neighborhood character and zoning, and we're hopeful it's going to help to really holistically address a lot of the concerns we've been hearing from across the community. And the first task is, there's three tasks, but the first one is engagement of residents and stakeholders, and there'll be a big public outreach piece of this. So I guess I'd like a motion and second, and I also just want to reiterate that we're looking for another member of council to be on this, so if you're interested, I know it's too late to make a real decision, so contact either myself or Jenny if you're interested in serving. So is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved by Mr. Liverman, seconded by Mr. Miller. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Next, we come to the consent agenda. Is there any items anybody would like removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to move the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Ms. Crum-Miller, seconded by Ms. Howard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes, and is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.